afterlife. Daylight, dawn comes as a surprise. I am so hurt, I see heaven's light. Through the chaos, you're still on my mind. When the sky falls down, we'll make it out together. When the world ends here, we'll disappear forever. When the sky
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Hello and welcome to the OMEN VALORANT Challengers South Asia 2025.
That's it! Velocity crushing. Virtually no velocity losing, right? और हाथ में एक शरीफ एंगल ऐसा
बड़ी हमने सीधी लगाई पर ट्रिकी जस्ट पुशिंग इट डाउन एक एक करके फ्रैग ने हमारा सिचुएशन कंट्रोल जरूर करी है लेकिन दीदी पकड़ेगा शाउट स्टेप के अंदर पर ने एक परफेक्ट फ्री एक सेकंड में कामयाब
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. The time is nigh as we now move on to the top 4 of the South Asian Valorant teams. Ladies and gentlemen, you all are watching the OMEN VALORANT Challengers South Asia 2025, and this is the Ascension Qualifiers. For every single thing that these teams have fought for throughout the entire year, it's now or never. It's this win or it's all learning for you for the next out forward. Here we are at the pinnacle of South Asian Valorant, people, and you're gonna witness the journey of these 4 teams with me, Scared Yet, and alongside me we have Shadow here this time around. Shadow, how excited are you now? Because this is a do or die situation for all these teams.
I'm super excited and super nervous as well, Scared, to be very honest, because if you remember what happened in Split 3 was full of astonishing plays coming in from so many different teams. If that continues in the Ascension Qualifiers as well, we are up for surprises for sure. But let's have a look at the circuit points as well. Velocity was in the top because they got lifted the trophy of Split 1 and Split 3 itself. 265 total points. Revenant XSpark on the second spot, the winning team of Split 2 with 220 points. SAQL on the third with 200 total circuit points. Exe Esports on the fourth spot with 165 points.
Absolutely fantastic performance of all of these teams out there. And also Global Esports Academy, you know, they were very close, to be honest, exactly neck and neck with Exe Esports, but 165 points. But I believe their combined positioning overall helped Exe Esports to move a bit more up out there. Reckoning though, the runners-up of Split 2, now this is where the problems began, right? Because of their consistency, how they were struggling a lot out there. But you know what? It's about time for us to focus on the top 4 teams. It's about time to witness the qualifier bracket as VLT will take on .exe and Revenant XSpark will face it against SAQL. This matchup is what I'm waiting for today, Shadow, because this is double eliminations now. And again, you're focusing on these teams. The finals will be the LAN event, and the winner of the Ascension Qualifiers will get their slot in the Ascension South Pacific, or rather, the Pacific Ascension.
Exactly, the slot for the Ascension is at the stake, and that is why, even though it is a double elimination bracket, no one wants to go through the lower bracket. Everyone wants to have a complete safe run from the upper brackets. But the first matchup is also going to be between Velocity Gaming and .exe Esports. .exe is also one of those teams which has impressed us a lot in Split 3. But if you look at the last time when these two teams went against each other, it was a complete Velocity Gaming domination in a 2-0 fashion. The second matchup is also going to be between Revenant XSpark and SAQL Esports. A team, SAQL Esports, they impressed me the most in Split 3, to be very honest.
I kind of agree, you know, SAQL, because of the consistency and rather their consistent improvement, because we saw them all the way at the 5th spot. They were not even in the top 4 back when Split 1 started, and then slowly and steadily we kept on seeing their growth. They kept on improving a lot, giving some solid competition to even the top teams out there, and even in Split 2 itself, they were almost able to take away the win from Revenant XSpark's side and then move to the land. Unfortunately, they could not actually get that win out there, but when it mattered the most in Split 3, when they needed that win to qualify for the Ascension Qualifiers, they were able to soar through. But it's not the story, or rather it's not the time shadow for their story. Right now it's time for the story of VLT and for .exe. You mentioned how previously VLT were able to 2-0 .exe members, and this roster has been looking absolutely solid. Considering now Damara is back in his form, Madeline is as well performing very solidly, and we have always seen an SK Rossi show.
Well, always SK Rossi, especially on the map of Lotus as a chamber, has been so phenomenal. Even Lightning Fast as a controller, I think we have got the best controller out there in the Indian circuit, and that is Lightning Fast. Damara, the best Neon, especially on the map of Haven, and that is why Velocity looks so strong, especially on those maps like Haven and Lotus as well. But even last time, if you notice, Miz also gave a little tough time to the players of Velocity Gaming. And SAQL Esports, the Waking Kappa has been stepping up, has been so promising. But Maitland also from the side of Velocity Gaming is also one of those players. As an initiator, he always gets a perfect value.
Always tries to find, or rather set his team up for success as well. But it's not just about him, right? Since we're already on that road, I want to talk about Kohli as well. .exe Esports relies so much on this man, and he plays Sova so freaking well. I just always love it whenever he's constantly using those recons out drones, setting his team up for success. With those Hunter's Fury, he's able to answer back as well. There were so many rounds, Shadow, on the map of Haven itself, where we have seen .exe perform so well when they were playing against Asterisk as well, all the way back in Split 3. It went to a very solid OT, 14-12, but it was all because of Kohli that this team was able to make that final cross and move up forward. Otherwise, that series could have also gone in a very different manner, you know. Just one piece here or there, and everything would have changed entirely. But just have to wait and see, because this team has been so very solid. They have also improved a lot now, but I want to see something more from them. If they want to take down the giants like VLT, then they just can't rely on one or two players. They have to play together as a team.
And speaking of only few players stepping up, last time if you noticed, when .exe came into the finals, RVK was not really feeling himself. So that's one of the main reasons that .exe was a bit struggling against the plus of Team Asterisk as well. So yes, RVK is one of those players where the team entirely relies on him, especially on those eco rounds, because he's so crisp and clear with those sheriff shots. So yes, RVK has to step up, but at the same time, the remaining players also need to be there. They have to make sure that they are getting those crucial frags, because Velocity Gaming is also one of those teams which is very strong. One single mistake and they are going to punish you.
That's one of the big things, right? VLT, they do not let you through if you make any kind of mistake. So you mentioned about the sheriff shot points as well for RVK. We have seen a little bit of a stutter in their performance out there whenever they are using those sheriffs, or even on those eco rounds against Global Esports Academy, against SAQL Esports. We saw how they were struggling to convert those two. But it's not just that, right? It's also those rifle rounds. We have constantly seen this team struggle on many of those important rifle rounds too. And some of the times we have seen this team even, you know, struggle in their defensive half itself. Now this is one of the big points that I wanted to discuss, because Velocity is the kind of team that will not let you steal away those eco rounds. They will not let you go unpunished when you're on those pistols. So I think so that's going to be a bit too crucial now, but it also depends on the map, Shadow. Last time these two teams played, they were on the map of Sunset and Lotus, and with the way how things have been going for VLT, specifically that icebox, I remember against SAQL, VLT were thrashed on that map. And .exe like to play on that one. They like to win it. So I really want to see some of those bans coming in out here and there, right? And I want to see some questions being answered, and not just by the teams, but also by the audience, as which team was not a part of OMEN VCSA 2025 Split 1? Was it Asterisk, was it Exe Esports, Global Esports Academy, or Aura? Which of these teams was not a part of Split 1? Quickly scan the QR code and get your answers in, Shadow. I'm pretty sure I know that you know this answer. You've been with us since Split 1, but yeah, you're not allowed to tell that.
I won't give the hints. But coming back to the conversation of the map vetoes, so here's the thing. Yes, I do understand that the Icebox is one of the weak map for the players of Velocity Gaming, but that's the only weak map. They can go for an Icebox ban. On the other side, .exe has got a big challenge whether they're going to go for a Haven ban, because against Global Esports Academy, that is a 3-13 affair. Haven is not a strong map for .exe, and it's a pretty solid map for the players of Velocity Gaming. And if they go for a Haven ban, they have to play on the map of Lotus, because Lotus is also one of the strongest map for the players of Velocity Gaming. So I think the entire map veto is more of a problem for the players of .exe, not for the players of Velocity Gaming. They can just go for an Icebox ban.
I mean, I'm pretty sure they will probably focus on that as well, because every other map has been looking super solid for VLT. You can put this team on any other map and they'll be ready to take on. And Sunset, Lotus, Ascent, it's almost the same storyline like the last time. We saw exactly this, and it always brings me back to those same scorelines, Shadow. 9-13 on the map of Sunset, 11-13 on the map of Lotus for VLT. I really want to see now as to how they'll be able to change a few things out here. Maybe Sunset is going to be the map where we might see .exe change a few things out. Last time I remember they went in with that Sage composition though, along with, if I'm not wrong, it was RVK on that. So there's a few things I'm going to get that confirmation on. Probably it was Kohli playing onto that Viper too. VLT, they like to go in for their double initiator composition. So I don't think so they're going to change a lot of things there. They're going to keep mostly the things same. But yeah, it's .exe who need to bring something out of the box. VLT were controlling the previous time throughout the entire series, I'll have to say. Even the attacking side, defensive side, VLT had full control of the map.
They definitely had, but the main problem that .exe had to face a defeat against the players of Velocity Gaming was the reason that RVK was not really coming online. Even Vakavali also was not getting those opening crucial frags. And yes, that was a double controller composition that .exe brought in with the Sage in the mix. But the good thing is Trinity was actually coming online. DC was getting those crucial frags. Even Kohli as an initiator was stepping up. But let's be honest, Sunset is also one of the map where .exe was struggling last time. But if the remaining players like RVK and Makavali, they come online, there is a solid chance that maybe .exe can pull off this one against Velocity Gaming. And looking at the stats, well, Velocity, they have played this map 4 times and lost only 1 single time.
I'm focusing down on those 3 wins as well, because defensive win rate is 63%, attacking win rate is 59 as well. So you know they're getting more than 6 rounds on every single front. While exactly the opposite thing could be said for .exe. Haven't really registered a win on this one. Have been struggling on their attack and defense itself. It shows that they went in with that Fate composition too, but last time when they played on this one, it was that Sova composition. So yeah, I really want to see how things are going to be changed out here. Because Sunset is the kind of map where you always want to see the team perform. Last time I remember Kohli was the man who was actually having a pretty solid time on this one. He went 17 and 18, and that was the highest for his team. The next one close to him was Trinity on that race. Makaveli, DC, RVK, all of them were struggling so much. I think so it's not just because of the roles, but also because of the momentum which VLT were carrying. So you really need to break that momentum somehow. Because I'm pretty sure Damara is just going to run you through with that Bucky of his. And lightning fast on that Omen. He's also been looking absolutely fantastic.
Of course, and if we remember the last match, both these teams looked pretty strong in the defense. Attack was still pretty decent for the players of Velocity Gaming, but attacking is where .exe was struggling. All they got was only 4 rounds in the attacking half. So let's hope this time they have really worked on those mistakes and are prepared for the map of Sunset. That's why we are seeing Sunset in the map pool, but no change in the agent composition. Still going for the same agent selection. .exe and Velocity Gaming. Velocity again with the double initiator comp, Breach and Sova in the mix. .exe with the double controller, and this time again Makavali is sticking to the Sentinel role.
Exactly the same. No change out here whatsoever. It's more like it's a rinse and repeat of what happened last time. Exactly same comp. Tamara on that Neon as well. But my question is, how are you going to stop him? Lightning Fast was having a time of his life last time, along with Tamara. It's all down to both of these teams now. VLT up against .exe. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Ascension Qualifier's first match in the upper bracket. .exe taking on Velocity Gaming on the first map of Sunset. Let's see which one of them will take this forward. RVK is going to start with a classic though. No half shields out there. Only buy a few things out here for a tech pause now. We clearly know who is struggling with that tech pause. Shadow, we can see that. We've got the spoilers out here. RVK is probably having some internet issues out, but rest of the team having that decent amount of utility. Russ, he's also going with a ghost though. Now that's interesting. He's only got a flash to work with along with a fault line. I'm kind of more interested in that too, but at the same time, you know, looking at this setup, this is a bit different from what they used up last time. It's more like a 1-3-1 setup though. This is not the usual pistol setup. Normally try to rely a bit more heavily on side, but seems like they want to try and play a bit more aggressive towards the mid this time around, and the wall that RVK has sent out on this Viper. This is to gain that elbow control, so that you disrupt that crossfire onto that choke point. Shadow. 4 more seconds, and then we move on to this.
Exactly, 4 more seconds, and finally the round has started. And look at the defense which Velocity is bringing in. Already few players towards the mid top. They're aware that .exe loves exploring the mid in those pistol rounds, but this time seems like .exe is directly going for a sight hit towards the A. But that tripwire in the elbow and a spy cam is going to give all the information to the players of Velocity Gaming. I like the entire setup which SK Rossi is having towards the A. On the back of the Viper wall, maybe the players of .exe can try scaling up, but finally the information has been passed on. SK Rossi is still towards the link. RVK, the first person to be contact, and the Mara instantly shuts him down. The proactiveness which Velocity is bringing in, I love that sort of play.
Fantastic one. I 100% agree. On the back of it now. Also got a bit of side control out. I like the idea from .exe. Smoke fades away, and that's a very quick burst over the relay bolt from the other side. It's able to stop that push through. Beautiful anticipation by VLT, and now they've got the advantage. 5v3 up into the making. 3 of them absolutely low. This could still be a very well winnable round for .exe, but look at the discipline out there on the other side. Every single one playing together. That's going to be the paranoia sent out. Damara quickly moving forward, and how the heck does he get Trinity out? Now this is the unpredictability of the pistol as VLT take this one away. And it's the exact same start that they had last time they were playing against .exe on this map.
They think they're so secure.
Well, most certainly Velocity once again getting the pistol round converted is definitely going to give them a very good head start, which they already wanted. And .exe, even though they're known for those eco rounds, but I don't think this eco can go in their favor. The best possible hope is to try drop few weaponries of the players of Velocity Gaming. But I just saw an Outlaw investment also coming in, but seems like they are sticking with the rifle in the hands of the Mara, 2 Spectre and 2 Ghost. And should be a second one for the players of Velocity Gaming. A technical pause is already there. Soon all the issues will be fixed, but .exe looked completely off. All the duels, everything just started going in the favor of Velocity Gaming, and all this because of the proactiveness, the early rotations coming in from the side of Velocity Gaming.
It's just their understanding, Shadow, of how this map works and what DXE wanted to go for. I remember last time when they were playing this one with all 5 players ready to go for the full retake, there were many times when they were caught by these kinds of plays and they could not reply back properly. But this time around, they were so ready for that DC paranoia play. Fully spread out, a couple of players playing all the way back behind that Radianite box as well. Sticking in positions where they know they could not be traded, and even if they were, their teammates will eventually take the fight to the other side. So this is the preparation VLT likes to do. Every single time they learn from their mistakes and they get even stronger. Shadow. Seems like Sung Jinwoo out here. They're out here solo leveling up their skills. Damara specifically. The way how this lad has been stepping up time and time again for this team, and how the entire game plan of VLT actually revolves around Damara. So his success is crucial for the team's success. And 2-1-2 start after the first round. Boy, he's flying with high colors.
Well, he certainly is. Always have been. And finally, all the technical issues have been resolved. And now, if you look at the setup of Velocity Gaming, this time SK Rossi is towards the B. Mid has been left completely open.
Scanning ahead.
Dark cover is there, and look at the read. So perfect read coming from City Velocity Gaming. Damara having that entire market control, and that is exactly where the players of .exe are heading. And Damara gets two. Lightning Fast gets one. Makaveli only good for one. Damara with a 3k and a 4k. A quarter of it Damara in the entire eco round. It was only Lightning Fast, and that was just a single ghost, which has been dropped. A good round conversion for the players of Velocity Gaming, and now the bonus is also going to look pretty comfortable for them.
It's gonna look super solid. I 100% agree. And the fact is, Damara is just one off from his own overdrive as well. That just means that one pick and he can send this Phantom off to someone else and then run around the map though. This wall that RBK has been throwing every single round, you know. Madeline has been countering that with that one recon dart every other time. This time around, I'm gonna try and push it down towards the A side. There's a tripwire they still would need to deal with. There's Madeline as well right here. Would really want that stinger. Shock dart's gonna go in. A lot of damage being done. The trap play almost came to fruition, but it's a bit of a chip damage on the other side. There's double play, double stack, new phase with the flash out in front. And they're not surviving out there. Elbow, it's all down to Makaveli, and there's too many players on the other side. And sends out that ball too in order to go for the execute. There's still 4v3. It's still favoring VLT.
Scared, it's not just the tripwire, which is becoming an ugly thorn for the players of .exe. It's all the Sage Wall also. The entire agent composition of Velocity Gaming is looking pretty strong at this point.
Shadow, they are caged in elbow. They can't go anywhere.
30 seconds left. That Sage Wall should have worked in their favor, but seems like that's not really working in their favor. Just look at the way the players of Velocity Gaming are there, but Trinity gets an opening towards mid lane. If he gets the second one as well, it might be an easy plan for the players of .exe. But Rossi gets Makaveli and DC as well, and the third one as well. And the third round, the bonus conversion also there for the players of Velocity Gaming. I love the defense which Velocity is bringing in.
Their read so precise, so fine. And on the back of it, it's like this is a rejuvenated VLT. And they look even better on this map than they played last time against this very team. That scoreline was actually pretty close. It was a 9-13 scoreline. I mean, a couple of rounds here and there, and maybe .exe would have pushed through. Maybe it would have gone for the OTs and whatnot, but that is absolutely not happening right now. This VLT looks entirely different. Another mid push.
No weaponry. Yeah.
Yep. It's like what happened in round number 2, Shadow. They're so ready for this. He's able to take one though, and hold on a second. Gets a second too now. SK Rossi wants to try and maybe get a few more out there. They finally got the information. The double peak needs to come through. And it absolutely does. A 3k for DC. And the rest of the team just falls like towers. I did not even see the players fall on mid-top.
Exactly. The DC, he's the MVP of the previous round. The way this guy was able to get 3 converted with just a sheriff. And that is exactly what Necro and I have been saying time and time again. The .exe is one of those teams which is known for those eco conversions. Every single time, either RBK or DC steps up in those eco rounds, and there's a reason that they convert those eco. But they also need to convert the buy route if they really win against the players of Velocity Gaming. Go for the resurrection. But Damara has got the overdrive, a major ultimate which can go in the favor of Velocity Gaming, and Damara gets the opening frag. towards Trinity. Holy gets a trade, a good trade in fact. That overdrive is out of the equation. The win condition for Velocity is already out. Resurrection already being utilized, so Trinity is back in the round. A 5v4 scenario for the players of .exe.
There's a unique tripwire setup out there towards the BA side, this time by SK Rossi. First trip could be figured out, but the second one is the main one. Oh my god, that's so much information. And look at how VLT are posted in mid. That's a nasty trap.
It most certainly is, and seems like .exe, they're falling in that trap. RVK gets one, but good for only one. It's only Makavale remaining in a 1v3 situation. Only the heroics can save this round for the players of .exe, but seems like that's not going to work. If they isolate the fight, maybe they can, but they first need to find a timing onto Russ, but seems like Russ will have a better aim and better time. A fourth round goes in the favor of Velocity Gaming. This is not looking good. This is exactly what happened last time also. Scared .exe was struggling in the attacking half.
It was a bit different. I still remember there were 4 rounds out there last time for .exe. And the fact is that they won pistol and the follow-up round after that. And that's when they reached to the 4th round part. They're seeing a very early timeout by .exe and they need to fix a few things here. Some of their players have enough to go for a buy, but not all. Trinity is on the receiving end. One away from the showstopper, so that's a silver lining for them. But even Marcavelli out here on 2800. Kohli does not have anything in his account as well. It's just, this one feels a bit weird to see, Shadow, because .exe out here, I mean, they can't get a read of what VLT are doing. The mid-round utility is impeccable. And with this double initiator setup, you know you can't really disrespect the breach and push all those avenues. You will be stalled. And .exe just do not have enough utility to play around for that mid-rounding. This composition is more like an explosive comp, but that is being answered on the other side, both by Damara as well as Russ.
Here's the thing, Scared. I do agree with what you said, but .exe needs to play around their strengths. It's a double controller composition. They can try creating few question marks in the minds of Velocity Gaming, try creating few fake scenarios for the post plant. They have got extra smokes and walls to work around with. They've got the Sage wall as well. All they need to do is just read the mind of the players of Velocity Gaming and play around their own strengths. But seems like now the gaming B-main control, back and forth trades going on. A Trinity gets one, DC also gets one. Trinity showstopper is still there. That can be a major win condition for the players of .exe, and they already have got the numbers advantage. No major ultimate also towards the side of Velocity Gaming now, Scared.
The eco round probably being turned around on its head now. Madeline's just going to run away. Actually going for that fight, and there are no satchels as well to go in for this chase, so it has to go through. I love the anticipation from RVK, but he needs to land the shot, and he will absolutely deliver. Reading onto the tendencies of SK Rossi, who likes to lurk a lot, who likes to flank a lot. RVK absolutely prepared for that. There's just so much more utility remaining for this post plant as well. Maka and RVK will find their mark. That's a very solid round for .exe. But it's always on the back of these pistols, Shadow. Their rifle rounds are where they're facing those problems. But at least for the past few rounds, it has been back and forth.
Most certainly, and this time also .exe, they use the composition to the full advantage. With the double control setup, the post plant should go in your favor. The lovely paranoia towards the ball bar was something that really worked in the favor of .exe, and now they have got enough creds. On top of that, they have got the Hunter's Fury, but they also need to counter SK Rossi's Neural Theft, Damara's Overdrive, and Russ Rolling Thunder, which is just 1 point away. 3 major ultimates towards the side of Velocity Gaming, and if .exe somehow baits them out, even one of the ultimate, it's a win-win situation for .exe.
possible.
See if they can convert the third round, but RVK, he needs to get a timing. It's the entirety of Velocity Gaming, and Damara gets a timing onto RVK. The relay ball, the concuss is there. Trinity has been forced back into the spawn, and Damara lightning fast. What a lovely duo. Only 2+ remaining from the side of .exe. It seems like an easy 5th one coming for VLT. And they have saved all the ultimates as well.
It's just a triple man push out outside of the A. They wanted to take some map space away while they gave up everything over towards the B side. And that is where SK Rossi is, by the way. Yeah, it's both the players now, DC, Kohli, and there's no one who's unhealthy on the other side apart from Damara. So
30 seconds left.
Just want to try and save these weaponries for the next 30 seconds. Fantastic round for VLT. And what a good call. Taking that one part of the map, understanding that they're giving a bit too much respect to .exe on those eco rounds. They're giving a lot of space away to them.
10 seconds
Just
left.
ready to take this one away. And on the back of it now, getting another round and at least 5 in this defensive half. And this is an attack-centric map. Who knows, there's still 5 rounds remaining. How many more can they get? Will allow them to keep these 2 rifles, as economy on their side is not that healthy as well because of the back and forth. But as you said, Shadow, a lot of big ultimates right now on board as well.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Coming in, Russ is just 1 away from that Rolling Thunder. We haven't really seen VLT play for those orbs a lot, right? Even in the previous one, they decided to silently push up forward and not really pick up that orb, so maybe this time around. Seems they want to go for a widespread. It's a 1-1-1-2 kind of setup.
Deploying drone.
.exe. Got all the rifles up on board even for this round, so they have a decent
Enemy tag.
Not a lot of info gained by that owl drone. Either it's just a default position for Markavelli. So question marks around the map.
.exe is definitely trying to create those question marks, but the main question is are the players of Velocity Gaming going to buy those? Because they still have that entire mid-top control, especially the Mara is there. And if the players of .exe tries to push that smoke, the perfect crossfire, the perfect backup is already there. Mid lane with the Tricon trying to get the information of the market.
It's like .exe were trying to sell out a B split fake,
Yeah.
and now that one recon has eventually revealed everything, so they are ready for this hit towards the A side. While .exe, they still have to clear elbow. They don't have
30
the ramp
seconds
control,
left.
and the side, yeah, it's all going in the hands of VLT. I'm not quite sure how they're going to push through this 3-man setup.
They were able to sell that fake to the players of Velocity Gaming with the proactiveness that comes from the side of Velocity Gaming. They're already prepared. Lightning Fast gets a 3K. SK Rossi gets 1 onto RVK. And the round goes in the favor of Velocity Gaming. A 3K for Lightning Fast and a double for SK Rossi. A 2-man show. VLT was so quick in those rotations. The moment they realized that mid-top market is completely clear, they immediately went towards the A site, and that is where Lightning Fast started stepping up. And Damara's overdrive is still there. Kohli has got the Hunter's Fury, but he's somewhere 3 in 7. He's not really feeling himself, not really coming online. And this time for the post plant, they have got a major ultimate. The Viper's Pit is there.
But the main problem, Shadow, that they're encountering is the fact that they're not being allowed to go for the plant. Post plant is the later scenario. Can't even find the free site. It's every single time VLT finding those opportunities to reach on the site faster than .exe and going for those executes. And I think so that has been the big, again, the mid-round utility that is coming from Madeline is helping them out so much.
The thing is, Velocity Gaming knows scared that if .exe is allowed to plant the spike, if they want to play on the retake, post plant is where the entire agent composition of .exe is going to shine the most. So they are denying the site to the players of .exe. They're not letting them go for the post plant. And I love the approach of Velocity Gaming. And once again, the Mara pushing onto the A main gets a timing onto RVK. Still 2 site anchors are there towards A. The tripwire is also there in the elbow.
Have the spike.
I don't know, .exe, how they're going to find a way into the defense of Velocity Gaming, especially with Overdrive, Neural Theft being there.
And Russell just one away from the
down
Rolling
A.
Thunder as well.
30
What a
seconds left. One
nasty,
enemy remaining.
nasty concuss from that tripwire. It's all done. VLT will get the 7th one on board as well. DC, you've got the ultimate, but you've got absolutely nothing apart from that. All 5 players hunting you like a pack of wolves. And it's VLT who are moving to an even better scoreline than last time. Last time they had what, 8 and 4? They've still got 3 more rounds to play, and they are already on 7 Shadow. This is an eco round for the other side, but I'm not quite sure if they'd be able to convert this one as we move on to another timeout.
I don't know, man, if the timeout is really going to work in the favor of .exe.
It has to.
Has to, but will it? Last time they got only 4 rounds in the attacking half, and that also didn't really work in their favor, because the thing is, it's not only the defense which is really strong for Velocity Gaming, it's also the attacking half which is there very strong. With so many ultimates towards the side of Velocity Gaming, this eco round is going to be really important for .exe. If this one goes in the favor, maybe there is a slight possibility of a 7-5 conversion. I'm still keeping the hopium alive. I still believe in the players of .exe that yes, this time the timeout is going to work in their favor. They've got the Sheriff. DC is feeling himself. Last time also DC was able to get 3 in that eco round with that Sheriff. That single Bulldog in the hands of Trinity. I don't know, Trinity is not really feeling himself. The recon goes in. And now the players of .exe are going all the way towards B from the spawn.
Toxins going up. Toxins
But the spy cam, look at the position where the spy cam is. That is going to give all the intel and info to the players of Velocity Gaming.
Yeah. And they're not even going in from the market. It's all a full-fledged brute force B main push. One good thing is that the stack of VLT is over towards the A side, but there's still SK Rossi and Damara out here, so that relay bolt is going to be annoying. Machiavelli knows that there's a camera somewhere around here. He's finally dealt with it. But this has not really grabbed a lot of tension out here, but Damara still from the angle of market. Able to take one, makes it the second as well. Fantastic performance by VLT. And .exe cannot get the site.
That has been a story in quite few rounds.
30 seconds left.
Not just this round. They are not getting the site control despite having a double controller composition. The initiative utility of Velocity Game, like you pointed out, has been on point. DZ, wait a minute, he gets 2 once again, shining in that eco round. This guy is built different when it comes to Sheriff. Raz gets timing onto Machiavelli, and DC is the last man standing in a 1v3 situation, and seems like the 3K will come in, but not for DC, but for Damara, and the 8th round goes for Velocity Gaming.
I'm out of here.
Almost made us believe that he can pull this off. That was so good from DC, and the fun fact is, he was concussed up by the relay bolt. Even after that, he landed 2 of those nasty headshots with the Sheriff. Another full buy up on board now. There's still major ultimates for both of these teams, and I have absolutely no clue when they're going to use that. There's been a few straightforward hits by both of these teams right now. But this operator almost catching Trinity fully. Went in for that jump peak, lucky to be breathing out here. And it's SK Rossi. Try and hold it down. At the choke point, still lands in. Trinity this time was just trying to go for the survival as Damara gets another one. With every single one of them falling like dominoes. And this is the bowling ball of VLT that will strike .exe.
And this is the map pick of the players of .exe themselves. That's more concerning. I don't know how they're going to counter the players of Velocity Gaming on the map of Lotus, especially with SK Rossi anchoring that seaside, especially as a chamber. Sunset was really important for the players of .exe. Back-to-back 5 rounds have been converted to the players of Velocity Gaming, and this time they're not even getting those 4 rounds which .exe got the previous time. Recon towards the mid-top, but mid-top was completely empty. It's just only the tripwire of SK Rossi. But now 3 players, not just 1 but 3 players. What a fantastic read. The Outrun is there, gives the information, and Lightning Fast was just ready on the off angle. Gets 1 but gets rid off. The Mara gets 1. Back and forth raids are going on for the players of Velocity Gaming. RVK also gets the timing onto the Mara. If they go for the post plant, they've got the Viper's Pit to play for. Kohli going for the plant. The pit should come in. But Makavali also gets the timing onto SK Rossi towards the market.
That was the most crucial pick out there. Makaveli finally getting some breathing space for the team though. Pit is absolutely going to come, but that's not really the best one out there. It still blocks off one of the angles. Alright, there's only one place for them to flood in. I like the idea. They've already walled off. And it's all over right now. .exe getting this crucial round.
Switching sides.
Makaveli's pick onto SK Rossi was the one that kind of changed the round entirely on its head. Had Rossi won that fight, yeah, this would have been entirely different. Because then the Bulba would have also been open, the market would have also been in control of VLT, and RBK would not have felt very comfortable to put that pit down there. Systematic play, but it took them 12 rounds to finally come forward with that one. As with the 9-3 half now, Shadow, the curse only starts when you take that pistol and the next one. Now, last time .exe got the pistol, but they lost the follow-up round after that. VLT were able to convert a Thrifty for themselves. So the question is, will we see a similar story this time around, or will it be a bit more different?
The pistol has to go in the favor of .exe if they really want to win against the players of Velocity Gaming. It's a slow walk up towards the mid-top. SK Rossi outside OMEN. SK Rossi can do so much damage towards the set of .exe, and he certainly do. Gets 1 onto Trinity. The Mara gets 1 onto DC. Look at the rotation which is coming in from set of Velocity Gaming. From mid-top, they're going all the way towards A. And SK Rossi outside OMEN is completely dismantling everyone. I love the approach of Velocity Gaming. The way they went all the way towards A side. Keeping that mid control, keeping that spawn information, even info was there. Lightning Fast finally deals with the last man, RBK. .exe didn't see this coming at all.
This is feeling like a quick workout there for VLT now as they reach double digits on the back of that pistol. And yes, phenomenal approach from their side. Pushing all the way up from mid. Bringing it over towards that A. And if you're .exe, what are you going to do? Because you don't technically have a proper sentinel to provide you some kind of passive information of at least one or the other part of the map. You will have to invest members. There's only one, technically, that can give you some info. Or rather, that can block off some part of the map, and that is the Sage in the hands of Makaveli. Put up the barrier orb, that's also not going to be enough because it only takes a few seconds away from the other side.
Shadows traveling.
They got to play on the back of that contact and rotate on the back of it. Now this wall that goes in by RBK, this is for you to maintain that backside control and do it for that retake. As soon as they go in, it's Lightning Fast to try and dismantle, force all of them off.
Last player standing.
Back and forth fights yet again. Some of the early trades did went in. Or rather, in terms of the HP trades, it was Lightning Fast and Madeline getting a bit down there as VLT will get the follow-up round. .exe will have their full buy Shadow, but this buy of VLT looks absolutely threatening too.
Oh, certainly. .exe, just imagine the amount of pressure which they are feeling at this point. They were not able to breach into the defense of Velocity Gaming, and now they don't have any answer to the aggression, to the strategic play which Velocity is bringing in the attacking half. Once again, going for the beam in control, the entire team. But SK Rossi, this guy is always on the lurk, and has to be because he's a Cypher. But wait a second, gets one onto Kohli. With that outlaw, and also have a lot of information on the mid top. Every single time SK Rossi is getting that crucial opening frag in the attacking half. And now since the defense towards the mid is going to be a bit weak, it's only DC. The entire team of Velocity Gaming is going all the way towards the mid. Now actually they're going for a execute. A perfect read coming in.
Yeah, because SK Rossi was eventually able to find a pick towards the B site as well. It took DC to finally go in for that trade-off, and now he absolutely does not know where Russ is. As he just goes in for that run and gun, lightning fast picks up the pieces, and it's all down to Trinity. The bonus getting converted again for VLT, and there is no chance left in hell for Trinity to clutch this one down on 46 HP. Rossi is watching. He's on that angle. And he's already preparing for his chamber for the next map as VLT move up to 12.
Match point is where Velocity Gaming is. Back-to-back 3 rounds. Bonus has been converted. Could be the last possible round on this map. I really hope .exe is going to give a very strong competition to Velocity Gaming, but seems like Velocity is much more prepared, not just against .exe, but for the Ascension Qualifiers, for the Ascension slot. Again, an aggressive push towards the B main. Rossi once again towards the mid, and how can you let this happen, .exe? It's the exact same thing which Velocity did in the previous round, they're doing again. How can you not be prepared?
No clue, probably a map moment or something like that, but that indeed was an absolute slap onto the face now. The paranoia going in. RVK does not have anything to go forward with for this early flood. He's just going to wait for his team to hop on. Ronda going together over towards the Balba, and now
Spike planted.
they're holding for some kind of velocity push though, but VLT still in sight. Not pushing at all now that we got the real position of lightning fast. Just goes in a bit too left for that reposition. Now a drop shot releases a decent amount of damage. It's a crossfire and it's an annihilation. VLT will close the first map out like it's a walk in the park. 13-3.
It felt like that. The way Velocity played in the map of Sunset, it felt like it was an easy walk in the park. A 13-3 dominating victory for the players of Velocity Gaming. .exe, so many mistakes were there from their side. Especially in the second half, you noticed, if Velocity is doing the same thing in back-to-back rounds, you have to bring in some counter in the follow-up round. But that was not really happening from the side of .exe. They were denied sight in the attacking half. In the defensive half, they were not able to stop the aggression which Velocity Gaming was bringing in. So basically, .exe was not just struggling in defensive side, they were struggling in both the halves.
It just fell down to that one thing, Shadow, where you can discuss about the preparation of a map, but it falls down to how well you've done your homework. And it seems like VLT just read onto their mistakes what they did last time, because it was a 9-13. So there were still moments when we actually saw .exe have that control, but this time around, if the half was swapped at 9-3, right? Like, and you don't really have a lot to play around with once you lose the pistol and the anti-eco, both of them, to be very specific. And if I'm not wrong, last time out of that 13-9, 3 of those rounds were, a couple of them were pistols, one of them was the round right after the pistol one. So that could very well have been a very different scoreline as well, had things not gone in the way how they did actually. I think so. It's just again VLT having a proper idea of what to do around this map, and it seems like their late rotations have been just so good, and half of that reason has been SK Rossi and the way how he holds one part of the map.
Every single time. As a Cypher, I think the way he was maintaining that entire mid control, he was popping heads off with that Outlaw in the second half. This guy has been fantastic. Not just in the second half, I think in the first half also. Along with Lightning Fast, SK Rossi, they both were shining the most in the first half.
Yes.
Damara has been really promising with those Outlaws every single time. Even the util usage was on point, which was completely missing from the side of .exe, because if you notice, Madelin's shock darts, be it the tripwires of SK Rossi, every single time, Velocity was getting the perfect value out of those ultimates, and those pairing of our utils and ultimates was completely missing from the side of .exe.
I 100% agree, Shadow. And that has been the big play. .exe just many of the times was just losing onto those gun duels as well, which you don't really expect them to lose. There should have been moments when they should have won those. And again, their timings on the back of the peaks as well. A lot of things need to be corrected for .exe, you know. But Damara on the other side is the man who has been a big thorn for every other team. 7 first kills, every single thing working out perfectly with the way how VLT was setting him up for success. 21 kills as well overall. This man was having a blast on this map.
He is having blast on every single map, except for Icebox.
Yeah, they were blasted there.
Yes. And yes, Damara has been in the form since we have seen this guy play. 21 kills, 41 ACS. This is kind of now habitual for Damara and the fans as well, seeing Damara as the MVP every single time, or Lightning Fast. The entire team of Velocity Gaming get those fragments.
What?
Get that 16 first kills, 0 first kills for the players of .exe. Now I want to see a dominating performance coming in from the side of .exe on the map of Lotus. I really want to see how much homework they have done on Velocity's strong map.
Shadow, I don't know how that's gonna work out if you're not getting the opening picks either.
Yeah.
That just clear cut shows you that there's a huge disadvantage in terms of the gun skills right now. Now the only thing I could say for .exe is the fact that it's probably the first map they're playing today, so they were having the hands were not warmed up enough. That's the only thing that we could say. Out of these 3 rounds, Shadow, one of them was a thrifty round. So they've only technically got 2 rounds in terms of those rifles. Every single thing just shows a VLT domination, but this 16 first kills to 0 first kills is just bonkers. And if this goes on, yeah, I don't know what's going to happen on Lotus apart from the fact that VLT will probably close that one out very fast too. But holy heck, I would have never anticipated something like this.
The 3 rounds which .exe got, even in those rounds, VLT was the one to get the first frag. 7 first kills towards Damara. Raz not having too many kills. 6 and 3 is where he is. But at least the initiator utility was there. 8 assists to him, 131 ACS. Good stats from his side as well. But yes, .exe, they need to bounce back. They need to forget whatever happened on the map of Sunset and come back much stronger on the map of Lotus, because Lotus is now their only best possible bet if they really want to move to the decider. They need to forget the map of Sunset from their memory completely. At least for some time, at least for the next 40-50 minutes.
It's more like a proper reset. You've got to start from a clean slate right now, and you think you've only got these 2 maps now that you need to win. So we'll just have to see how that eventually pans out, because Lotus last time did go in 11-13. Yeah, that was still a VLT victory, but it was only about 1 round. So it's all gonna fall down to that one map of Lotus, ladies and gentlemen, which we will be breaking you, but right after the short break. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
What's this?
Let's go! Hold up. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. I ain't taking no loss, no loss, no loss. Look, I'ma always win. And I'ma do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again. I'ma always win.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
One enemy remaining. Spike down mid. Player standing.
And it seems like that VLT are not just on a train, but they are on a jet flight, because they do not seem to be stopping, soaring so high and so fast. 13-3 was the scoreline of the first map, but now we are moving on the map of Lotus. This is going to be the map where we might possibly see .exe make a comeback, because last time they showcased some solid performance, but Shadow, I don't think so things are happening just like the last time. I think so they are just very different, or exactly the opposite of what happened that time.
I 100% agree with what you said. Yes, last time it was a 13-11 affair in the favor of Velocity Gaming, but this time Velocity is looking much more prepared for the plus of .exe, and the way .exe got thrashed on the map of Sunset, I'm still keeping the hopium alive, fingers crossed. I really hope .exe shows a comeback on the map of Lotus, and we move on to see the decider map, but that seems highly unlikely because this is a different Velocity which we are witnessing. They are so much more prepared. And Lotus is their strongest map. That is where they shine the most, and they're going for the defense first. That itself speaks a lot of problems for the players of .exe, because going in the attacking half against VLT is not going to be easy, especially with SK Rossi towards the C mount. I don't know, man. Seems like a 2-0 for me.
Considering how SK Rossi was also practicing for his Outlaw in the last few rounds of the previous one, yeah, I think so it's going to be very difficult again. 17 times VLT have played this map. They have won 16 out of those 17 times. Only one loss that was delivered to them. While if we're talking about .exe, yeah, this has been on a struggling end though. But one silver lining for .exe that I would say is that Shadow, most of the times, those losses have been very close. Where even they have got rounds in double digits. So I'm pretty sure that maybe they'd be able to pull something off this time around. But let's have a look at the agent select as well. I don't think so there's going to be any change for VLT, going in with the same SK Rossi's chamber, which you really have to deal with. It's going to be a bit of a problem out there, but .exe, this is something, again, the same standard comp which they eventually picked up last time too. DC on that Wise. Kohli playing on the Spade now, and the hands of Makaweli. Alright, this is interesting.
Yeah. Double controller from the side of .exe. And for VLT, they are sticking with the same composition, the double initiator, single controller, and single central composition. But last time things also went in the favor of Velocity Gaming. But the only hope which I have is last time it was a close affair. And if Velocity Gaming allows even a slight chance to the plus of .exe, I'm sure they have done their homework. .exe ought to be much more prepared on this particular map, because you always tend to prepare a bit more on your opponent's strong maps. So there is a strong chance of .exe converting this one in their favor. But let's see. Anything can happen, because it's not just about the map, it's also about the slot for the Ascension, which is at the stake.
Absolutely. Big things out there, and in order for these big things, you'll have to make sure that you perform even bigger. SK Rossi hasn't really been pushed back from that angle, so he will still hold the mount. Now, I have absolutely no clue if that Haunt, with the way how it cleared those angles, do they know that Rossi will still hold it?
Them down.
That's why he's going to be sending out a Prowler though, but it's not really cleared far back enough. Rossi is still here. And the jump peak, I think so it spotted him. That is one of the reasons why Kohli is eventually moving back. They've got the B main space, haven't really got the mount one. That still is going to be controlled by VLT. A is the only part of the map that has been open, and this 40 seconds double re-clear. Pretty solid. Damara, oh my goodness. He could have got one freebie out there though, but still a cavalry out here in front of him on the other side. Smoke goes out, push over towards the B. They've opened the door as well now, forcing the members of VLT to go over towards the A side now. The stack has been broken. They've got an opportunity. Here's the reload, RVK, as he wanted to catch a timing. Onto the other side, out there, 1-for-1 trade. Trinity good for one. Russ quickly answering back. Over towards the connector. There's still a couple of more places now. The Prowler not really going where it wanted. Rather where only wanted him to go, but the Haunt Clears out the connector. They're going to try and push out forward as the snake bite stops Tamara from pushing. It's up close and personal as Madeline gets one. Only to be traded up quickly. Tamara with the right click. Still good for one, but Machiavelli for the answer. He's here to save the day for .exe. This will be the first pistol round for .exe in this series.
A good opening. This is something which the players of .exe really wanted, to get a pistol round against the players of Velocity Gaming. A good head start already on the map of Lotus, and this time they have the weaponry advantage, but the problem is that Bucky in the hands of the Mara. Every single time, whenever I have seen the Mara on Bucky in those eco rounds, they always do a lot of eco damage to the players of .exe. Skirossi, that was so close, man. Survived on 1 HP. Forced to TP back into the side. Simone control is already there. The side tankers is something which the players of .exe needs to deal with the Mara. It's lighting fast. The perfect paranoia, the perfect breach util was there. But RVK trying to equalize the numbers. Gets 2, but still it's a 2v3 situation for the players of .exe. And Eskirossi is still there on 1 single HP.
The point is, as long as he survives, he can still be a body that can go in for those
Player
trades.
standing.
Shot being landed, Rossi, and that is again that 1 HP guy. It's all down to DC with the Outlaw. 3 targets to hit. Can he hold it on? He sees the first one, brings out the ghost though. He's only got 1 more shot remaining out there, and that won't be necessary, as Russ will land in that shot.
Thank you.
And VLT quickly equalizing the score with another thrifty round.
This is just the beginning.
I've always said this. Whenever Velocity Gaming loses onto the pistol round, they make sure either they do a lot of damage, ego damage to the opponent, or they convert the thrifty round. And with just a single Bucky in the hands of the Mara, always. And now .exe, they are forced on the eco round. Let's see if Trinity can get something, but Eskirossi gets 1, Lightning Fast also gets 1. It was only Cooley who was able to get a trade onto Eskirossi. Still, the situation is entirely in the favor of the players of Velocity Gaming. All .exe is having just a C-mount control, and that is it. The sliding new on the Mara also gets DC outside B main. Now it's only 2 players remaining with just a single Outlaw in the hands of Machiavelli.
There's still a couple of
One
players who are a bit
enemy
low.
remaining.
Maybe they can find something though, but
Spike down, attacker spawn.
Machiavelli is the first one to fall, and Russ will make a quick piece. The rest of them as well. Not taking
I'm out of here.
the bullet worth of wound. VLT converting their anti-eco round properly. Not losing any major weaponries out here, so this one round, they've got the operator now being invested. While on the other side, still is a full buy, but .exe, we have seldom seen them converting these rounds. They have always been on that struggling end, that receiving end, on the attacking side end. Haven't really been able to make a quick piece of it. Now, understanding that they can't really early fight for rubble because of the Neon Fade breach on the other side, they have kind of given up that space and moved towards the mount. It's SK Rossi though, still finding picks in the middle of it all. It's easy to fall first. And that is your Wise, the one who watches the backstab, the one who makes sure that no one is pushing through the sheer walls, and if that is the case, don't know what they'll be able to do. My goodness, the way this guy just overstays his welcome, and .exe are not really able to land in those shots, Shadow. This is what has helped VLT have so aggressive positioning on the side.
The Nightfall being invested from the set of .exe, and the back of it trying to get something. One-on-one trades are there. The C's towards the C link. Pushes back the players of Velocity
30
Gaming.
seconds left.
Kohli once again goes for the plant, and mid lane coming from the C mount gets a timing onto RVK. The horn goes in, the prowler goes in, and it could actually be a pinch from the side of Velocity Gaming. They have the numbers advantage, and for the post plant, .exe, they have got nothing.
Kohli as well.
ELT, they still have got few utils to work around with.
Kohli is just a bit bruised up as well. Had to hit the reload, and with that, they will all hit the deck. VLT getting another round out here. 3-1. And it is all again SK Rossi watching through the B main. Not letting anyone push up. This has been a big problem now, Shadow. You mentioned about it that whenever it goes in on the map of Lotus, you have to deal with SK Rossi on that chamber. You have to make sure to find a way to try and push him back on his operator. Because you know he will be standing there. He will be watching all of those angles. Now pushing again towards the C mount. And the rest of the team want to try and fight towards this rubble. Now the big problem, Shadow, is the fact that VLT are not really using any major utils to take rubble. They're only using a horn.
Bring them down.
And they are sending out a very deep smoke. Not even a fault line. Now if .exe do not force out these wave of utils early in the round, then VLT will have them ready for every other round. Or rather for every other second for this execute. Look at this. A minute on the clock. And .exe have not really crossed from the barriers as well towards the A.
It's because of the utility which is coming from the side of Velocity Gaming. Every single time they've got a util prepared to stop the players of .exe from taking any sort of control. And now .exe they're forced to pivot all the way towards C. This is Velocity's plan always. Dump so much util, deny the trouble control, so the players are always forced to go towards C, where SK Rossi is prepared with an operator. Gets one, gets a second as well. Nightfall being invested. But look at that, Kohli also gets the Mara. A great opening frag.
Last player standing.
Can he get something else as well? SK Rossi gets third one onto Kohli. It's all come down to DC in a 1v3 which he has brought down to a 1v2 situation. But that is it. A quarter for SK Rossi. And a fourth round for the players of Velocity Gaming. Loved the plan of Velocity Gaming. Forced the players of .exe to go all the way towards C, where Rossi was just ready with that operator.
Here's the normal thing, right? Normally what really happens, Shadow, is the fact that DXE forced their way towards rubble, and that's when VLT dump up their own utility to try and stop them from taking that. But this all should happen in the first 20 seconds of the round. That's when you can do your mid-rounding with these double smokes. That's when you can take the other avenues of the mount and maybe push SK Rossi back from the mound and then go for the rubble weak here at the 40-second mark. But none of that is happening. They're now just trying to brute force their way, and they're not even getting a win of that. Now, yes, you've taken the control of mount, but you do not have your entry fragger up. Trinity is out of this round, and that means no showstopper. That also means you're one player down in this one. And now you also have to take care of Madeline early on. That is so difficult for this team.
That was not just one player down, that was one major win condition down, the showstopper. And now DC is also being picked off. So that means even the Steel Garden is not coming for the help of .exe. The only thing is the Viper Spit, and that can also only be used for the post plant. But for that, they have to go for the side control, and the way Lightning Fast is there, it seems highly unlikely, but RVK gets a timing onto Lightning Fast. The horn goes in, but look at the position where Kohli is, gets a timing onto Russ. Beautiful frags being converted, but .exe Makavali also gets a timing onto the Mara. The pit is already there, the plant goes in, and now it's only SK Rossi in a 1v3 situation.
That was a very crucial pick by RVK. Super important indeed. And on the back of it, they were just able to quickly take one there after the other. He got that frag on lightning fast, put the pit out, and then Kohli was just watching his back, knowing that there would be someone who would be pushing out of the connector. That was the timing that Damara should have taken to try and pick Kohli off too, but it just did not happen. They all went one after the other. And eventually .exe were able to just trade the members off.
Feels like Trinity is not really feeling himself. He was not really coming online in the previous one. This time also he's getting shut every single time by the Plus of Velocity Gaming.
Not even blame it to Trinity Shadow, because it is just the fact that he is getting picked off in a lot of those unorthodox ways and in those unorthodox positions. You don't really expect that to happen. Playing on his ultimate right now, lightning fast is going to be taken down now. Good use of Prowler. And as soon as they got them, they're moving all the way back now. Damara wants to make an individual play. He's a bit too far out here and still manages to catch two as Russ is there for the backup. VLT demolish all four of the Mount players. And now Rossi is posted on the angle to welcome RBK with the tour de force. Can now go out shopping. VLT quickly securing a round for themselves after that loss in the previous one.
4 ultimates towards the side of .exe, but nothing really is helping them out. Velocity's mid-rounds have always been really strong. This time .exe, even though they got the first opening frag onto the Plus of Velocity, they had the numbers advantage, but despite that, during the mid-round, they start fizzling out. Especially the way the Mara pushed onto the B main, was able to get 2, and after that Raz also getting 2 frags. So that sort of awareness, quick maneuvers which come from the side of Velocity Gaming always help them get the perfect value. .exe and this time out, they really need to discuss with the coach and among the players that what they need to change, how they're going to find a way to shut down the aggression which VLT is bringing in, especially a way to deal with SK Rossi if they really want to execute the C side, or if they really want to go for the A hit, they need to find a way to get the rubble control and the side control.
Falls down to the macro of the map itself, Shadow. .exe have not really got that right properly. Do have the utils as well to deal with what VLT are bringing on the table, but
Shadows traveling.
just not able to utilize that properly. Aggressive angle now being held by SK Rossi. Lightning fast is there for the support. Dealing with those
Cover going
powers
out.
and pawns quickly. Now this is technically a crossing smoke which you put up just to make sure that Rossi is not able to stand on this position. But the fact is that just throwing the smoke is not going to work. You have to push through it at least once and then take Rossi down. That's when he will fear that smoke, and that's when he will be pushed back right now. And one Haunt was able to reveal his position and he was being spammed down as well, so had to go back. The B main control has also been taken by .exe, but now this rubble re-clear at a 40-second mark. I like this. But look at the amount of util that's on the other side. VLT have built up so major ultimates as quickly going for the Rolling Thunder. Should be able to take one down. RBK is good for one though. DC comes in for a very fast raid. And on the back of it, they quickly take control of the C site.
Yeah, and they're going for the floor, but lightning fast. What? Really? Did that happen? Mahakavali. Moving on, Nightfall being invested. Trinity gets one onto lightning fast. Goalie once again going for the plant. And this time, they have chance to go for the post plant, but it's a 1v2 situation for Russ. Still possible for Russ. He can do that 1v2. But now, .exe, they have to be the cautious one because this round is of prime importance for them. The Arc Rose is towards the waterfall. Russ needs to isolate that fight. He knows exactly where Kohli is. Gets the timing onto Trinity, and now he knows exactly where the last player is. And Kohli doesn't have the best weaponry in his hands. It's just a pistol. And that is why I said, if it is Ras, it is possible. This guy has proved tremendous number of time that whenever he is in a clutch situation, he always secures the round for the players of Velocity Gaming. And this time he does it again in a 1v2.
He just does a big brain play, isolating that fight now. Taking that contact with Kohli first, understanding that Trinity will peek him from the pillar. So he just went in to save himself from that crossfire so that Kohli could not get that angle on him. Lovely play. And it's all thanks to lightning fast, throwing down those single taps on the other side. And since even the Nightfall was utilized in this round, that's again a major ultimate off the board. It's already 6 rounds for VLT. This is like what happened in the previous one now. Crushed up out there. Trinity absolutely stunned up. Prowler goes in and Machiavelli have no clue what kind of parkour that was happening there. Just taken down. And on the back of it now, there's a push outside of the C-mount to VLT are getting so confident.
They certainly are, and this time the big investment was also there from the side of .exe, the operator in the hands of DC. He has got the steel garden as well. But Rossi with the operator. It's all about the timing. He gets the timing onto RVK. A try peek. But there was no other option. They could have gone for the taunt.
Could have, would have, should have.
Yeah.
That is happening right now. Kohli is able to answer one onto Damara though, but not before he himself is taken down 20. Regent Shield will help him a bit, but yeah, this is a save. It's already done.
30 seconds
Not
left.
happening anymore. Look at this trap from VLT. They are absolutely okay giving away the space over towards the A side. They just want to take control of the B and C.
Blast placed. 10 seconds left.
Are they really going for the save? They are. But the main question is, will they be allowed? Kohli down to 20 HP. The paranoia hits him perfectly and Lightning Fast shuts him down. And now DC trying to save the operator. The fault line connects perfectly towards him. And seems like a lot of miss is happening. And finally, Russ will shut him down.
God. He was just bunny hopping around trying to save himself. That was a very nice movement, I'll have to say. Almost got all the shots being whiffed from the side of VLT, but yeah, Russ saves the day for the team again. That was the operator down on the floor. Heavy investment off. And it's a 7-2 Shadow. I'm seeing another 9-3 incoming.
Yeah. 10-2 could also be possible because once again .exe they don't have a big creds. But Machiavelli, wait a second. Got offended, I feel. He heard what I said. Gets one with a stinger onto Lightning Fast. And the advantage is, now Velocity Gaming, they don't have those smokes, those paranoias to work around with. Nightfall being invested, but gets nothing. And now the entire team of .exe is going all the way towards A. A was left completely open. But once again, proactiveness coming in from the side of VLT. The Viper Roll is there. And the back of it, trying to scale up, gets the tree control. The Razor Vines already stopping the players of Velocity Gaming. But the Mara is still there. The Concurs, the relay ball goes in. I love the approach of VLT.
They have every single thing to try and deny this push, Shadow, and this is what I always talk about, that you've got to bait out these mutants early on, as Damara now simply goes in for a try peek onto DC, is able to catch him off as well. It's falling down on the other side. Got a couple of stingers with Trinity having a rifle in the hand, but can you make it work is the question. Machiavelli not being able to land those shots, but RVK has something else to say. Still two players out here answering in unison as Trinity gets not one, but rather two.
Planted.
And .exe looking primed to convert this round for themselves.
Thrifty.
And
They
a
will
perfect thrifty conversion coming
that
for the
too.
players of .exe. A much needed round for the players of .exe. If they convert the next 2 rounds, a 7-5 is still a good possible swap for the players of .exe. But they have to convert the next 2 rounds. That itself looks a bit difficult, especially with that overdrive in the hands of Damara and that operator in the hands of SK Rossi. Let's see how this round is going to pan out. Look at .exe this time. They're going all the way towards B, where we have only one solo anchor, and that is Russ. Already velocity, lightning fast, and SK Rossi pushing out on the C mount. The paranoia goes in, the fault line goes in. This wave of util, this layering of util which comes from the side of Velocity Gaming always forces the players of .exe to pivot to a different side. And this time again, the B side control has completely been denied to them.
But here's the thing, Shadow. This has happened in the first 20 seconds. Finally. Now they can play onto their mid-rounding. Now they can utilize the strength of this double controller to take those map spaces away from the other side. Look at this. SK Rossi now pushing a bit too deep. We will be seeing both of those. He takes one down. Only to be traded quickly. Phenomenal play from .exe. They finally use this composition to its perfection and finally punish the members of VLT. And look at that, all that space that was taken away from them on this B side. They can now reclaim all of that
30
back up.
seconds left.
3 players ready to answer the play onto the other side though, but they've got so much to try and stop this early flood.
Spike planted.
Taking some space away as well as the Nightfall now goes in lightning fast. Eventually pinged up on the back of it. There's also one more though, but still stun lands in perfectly. DC's been taken down. Kohli is still out there standing strong as Trinity. Holds his ground down. Got the showstopper. Sends it. Gets the pick on Madeline. And .exe
Last round
will
in the
convert
half.
another round on their attack.
Good
This
recovery,
is
I'll say.
what I was saying from the first round, Shadow. This is what they needed to do.
A much needed round as well, Scared, but this time Trinity had the showstopper. Let's be honest, there was a major ultimate in the hands of .exe which really worked in their favor. And in this last round, they have to convert this one. A 7-5 is what the players of .exe needs. And this time SK Rossi is playing all the way towards A. A good read from his side. And the Mara pushing onto the C mount, but DC was prepared. He was prepared with the operator, and the fast sliding Neon has been shut down by him. The Mara and the overdrive is not coming. A major ultimate has been baited out by the players of .exe.
Having that advantage now, this always going to give the information. If RVK gets the plan down, the flash went in there, but Kohli was just so ready for SK Rossi. Able to quickly get him down. Now lightning fast alone is left out there in tree, and the rest of the players will be holding down the space towards the B. Madeline still got a Prowler up, still got a Haunt up. This is a 1v1 fight against Trinity. Hold on. Has not really checked in onto that close contact there. So we're gonna be leaving that space. The lightning fast holds the smoke down. He's able to get 2 on the back of it. Now it's all down to Trinity. He needs to catch timing on Russ as he is able to catch 1, but he finally trades him off 2.
30 seconds left.
RBK has got a surprise angle.
One
He's got an
enemy remaining.
opportunity to try and take down as lightning fast falls. He sends out the pit as well, but Madeline is holding that cross and he sees an opening. He sees a chance. There's an opportunity. The paint shall go in. He still lands in the shot, but RVK hops in at the perfect time for the trade. 3 straight rounds on attack to put DXC in a fighting spot.
Most certainly. A good recovery by .exe, especially in the last 3 rounds. And now if the pistol also goes in their favor, there is a chance of a equalizer coming in. Even the first pistol round went in their favor, but after that Velocity was able to convert that eco round. And this time .exe, they have to be very cautious. Pistol is of prime importance for them.
But one thing that people don't have to be really cautious about is the Omen laptops, because you can trust that it's got the best cooling system out there with the Omen Tempest cooling system that provides you PC level cooling, and also some massive exchange benefits of up to 20,000 rupees, 15,000 worth of cashback as well. A lot of discount up on grabs, ladies and gentlemen, and you can also get those HyperX headset as well. That's worth 11,000 only for 499. Make sure you don't miss out on all these offers as we quickly hop back into the action as Damara He's pushing all the way out. Maybe he just wants to end this game quickly so that he can scan that QR code or visit his nearest HP Omen store to try and grab onto those offers, as DXE will now try to grab onto their lives for this map. Is a do or die for them.
Most certainly is. Do or die situation for them. Makaveli just ready with the paranoia. The Prowler connects perfectly onto him. On the back of it, the Mara Lightning Fast gets 2. And SK Rossi with the third one. The Headhunter always helps SK Rossi get 1. Lightning Fast, the Mara seals the deal. And everything just went in the favor of Velocity Gaming. This time Velocity was like, we are not giving away the pistol also to you guys. A really important round has been snatched from the hands of .exe by Velocity Gaming.
Things are turning from bad to worse now, Shadow. And there's just no stopping. I have absolutely no clue what DXE could do to try and bring themselves back out here, apart from the fact that they have to be a bit more confident out here in terms of their utilities, in terms of how they re-clear that map. Now this paint shell is going to stop the push of VLT, so that's a good thing. But on the back of it, look at that. VLT quickly rushing down over towards the seaside, and that is entirely empty.
Pretty good hit.
It is a very slow approach, cautious approach from the side of .exe. But they don't have economy. Rust going for the plant for the retake. Few utils are there, and Trinity gets a timing onto Rust. Major opening frag on the back of that initiative utility. A 5v4 situation, but time is of the essence. Time is the biggest enemy for the plus of .exe, especially the way SK Rossi is just ready with it. Marshall towards the C-Link. From there on, 2+ are trying for the retake. Lightning Fast also catches Trinity. SK Rossi gets Makaveli, and seems like this round won't go in the favor of .exe, as Maidel is going to seal the deal, and the last player goes down, all thanks to SK Rossi. A 9th one towards Velocity Gaming.
Another solid approach coming in from their side, and again, they have also prepared something for the bonus round too, Shadow. They have enough to go in for another nasty buy. A couple of rifles in their hands, a couple of Spectres, and we've seen the run and gun from Russ and Madeline. And Rossi is playing with the Bucky. Not quite sure how that's going to work out on their attacking side though, but this becomes a very important round for DXE. They need to win this, otherwise VLT will snowball out of control. They will reach the double digits though. RBK is good for 1, but only for 1. It's also Lightning Fast is now filling the shoes of what Tamara was supposed to do out there, pushing towards the spawn and taking so much space away. Spike has gone down already. Lightning Fast is already going all around the world to try and hop in from connector. This could be so difficult, as the Bucky will help them out a bit as DC answers back. Maybe saving the day for his team. But look at Lightning Fast. Look at his timing. He sees everyone. He knows everything. Smoke out in front of him, and he gets Makaveli as well. A bonus conversion at one of the most crucial moments. VLT are soaring higher than they ever did.
Seems like a nightmarish scoreline for the players of .exe. The moment it looked like that, yes, they have done good recovery, especially in the last 3 rounds of the first half. Velocity comes in and takes back-to-back 3 rounds of the second half. Bonus conversion is there. A good reveal though from the side of Velocity Gaming. Towards the A rubble, the Prowler goes in, pushes back the plus of .exe back towards the B link. I love the initiative util from the side of Velocity Gaming. The Viper wall is still there.
Cover going out.
Rubble control has been established. Once again, a good timing on that smoke as well. Trying to go a little deep towards the A side, but we have 2 side tankers. The Concuss goes in, but on the back of it, RVK from the mid top gets Zamara. But SK Rossi is also down to 5 HP. There is a possibility that .exe, if they get one more frag, can convert this round. But a slow walking Trinity has been caught by Lightning Fast. This is not the first time, this is second time happening with Trinity.
Phenomenal yet again for the side of VLT, I'll have to say. Lovely shot landed by Rossi again as Kohli walks in his crosshair and his death.
Spike planted.
Machiavelli with just a sheriff, RVK with just a rifle. This is turning from bad to worse, Shadow. The paranoia used up as well all the
player
way
standing.
towards the city as Lightning Fast lands in a shot. There's nothing to move him from that angle. And there's nothing to stop VLT. Yet another solid round from their side. And they look better than ever. Just 2 rounds away right now, and .exe finally call for their final timeout, Shadow. This is their last chance. It's now or never.
Let's be honest and practical. Scared. It's 11-5. They are 6 rounds deficit, and the way the entire momentum is in the favor of the players of Velocity Gaming, I don't know if the timeout is really going to work in their favor. I'm still hoping it does. I'm still supporting and rooting for the players of .exe that yes, they come back stronger after this timeout and get back-to-back 6 rounds. But keeping the hope alive doesn't deny the fact that yes, .exe is struggling. They're struggling really bad, especially in the second half, in their defensive half. And Velocity is just 1 round away from the series point. That adds up an extra pressure onto the shoulders of the players of .exe.
Do you really believe, Shadow, that .exe would be able to make this comeback?
No.
I think so there's a chance, but that's again the diplomatic side of me speaking. Haunt landing and all the way high up, taken care of again. Space has been gained over towards the air as this seems to be a very fast A hit. And there's not a lot of people out on the side to react to this hit. Smoke going in all the way onto heaven, Prowler taken care of, but the side control has been given entirely. Plant is going to go down. Ancient going in, Lightning Fast, pushing it a bit too deep out there. Welcomed properly. Plant was denied because of pain shells now, so they will finally go for it. SK Rossi again wants to play a bit far forward. Trinity 2 for 1. Oh my goodness, Rossi finds the timing. He's able to catch one now, and he's still in the position of his rendezvous. Still in that range. Can eventually take that one, but is a bit too far forward now. Spent out Madeline in a 1v3 DC with the peak. Unexpected on that angle. And will manage to win the round for the team.
Important one. Seems like the press are being heard. .exe, they really needed this one. Now they've got the 3 major ultimates. They've got the Viper's Pit, they've got the Showstopper, and they've got the Steel Garden as well. I don't want to jinx anything, but I'm still keeping my fingers crossed that .exe, can they really pull this one off? 3 players all the way towards A, 3 side tankers, and that is where the entirety of Velocity Gaming is also heading. SK Rossi has got Tothifos, the Nightfall is there towards the side of Madeline. Trying to go for a control towards the A side, but seems like it's only one solo side tanker of .exe.
Face your fear!
Early rotations also coming in, yes, but Trinity gets one, Russ gets a trade. I thought he will be able to get the second one as well, but still, seems like now .exe, they have to play on the retake, a 4v4 retake. Russ is going for the plant.
And look at the position of Madeline. His duel with RVK is going to be crucial, and RVK will fall to the ground as Madeline puts him to rest. And with that, they've also got the connector control, and he is so quick on his feet, also going in for a full-fledged Shot from the other side now. They were already ready with the pistols as lightning fast. Tried to land in a couple. Should be taken down. Kohli, good for one. Wants to trade the second as well. Will manage to do that too. It's all down to Russ. 30 seconds for his fault line as well as Madeline tries to be the distraction. It's a phenomenal one. Work of art. Absolutely perfect as Russ lands the shot through the smoke. DC is not winning that. And neither is the Exe the round as VLT steal it away and move to the series point.
Pressure has been doubled onto the shoulders of .exe now. Velocity Gaming onto the series point. The 3 ultimates are there, but not enough creds to go for a full buy for the players of .exe. Seems like done and dusted. They can get 1 or 2 rounds more, but not more than that. They can't deny 6 rounds to the players of Velocity Gaming.
Let's play.
That seems highly unlikely, and especially the way the Mara is going super aggressive, just 1 point away from that overdrive. Eskerosi this time going for the C-mount control, and even the players of .exe are not even aware about the plan of Velocity Gaming. It's only one solo anchor. Finally, they do realize. Oh, it's RVK also towards the waterfall. Yes, for the Viper's Pit, if used to the perfection, they can actually deny the entire side control to the players of Velocity, but that is not going to happen as Zamara deals with DC. The overdrive is there, and he's pushing back towards the spawn. Makavali, you need to be very careful, and so do RVK. He gets RVK, but Makavali gets a trade onto him, but seems like it's done. It's done and dusted now.
Seems to be it right now. The showstopper sent out lightning, taken care of, but there's still 3 more people on side with SK Rossi having the tour de force and the outlaw in his hand. So that's going to be a bit more crucial as Makaveli sends out the paranoia. That's going to force out the rendezvous. Pushing the players back out there as Madeline bruised up as well, but so is Trinity, and Madeline still wins the duel. That go against Kohli as Russ is there for the support, and it's all down to Trinity to hold his ground, but Madeline will make sure that he burns it as it's VLT moving through the upper bracket in what seemed like one of the fastest series out here in Ascension qualifiers that we have seen.
For sure. One-sided domination, a 2-0. Velocity Gaming moving forward into the upper brackets, and now .exe, they have been forced into the lower brackets. It was a complete, absolute domination which the players of Velocity Gaming showcased today on both the maps, not just one, in both the maps.
It just feel like there was absolutely nothing .exe could do. All they could do was just hold their hair, because on their attacking side, yes, they were able to get those 3 rounds in, back-to-back manner where it was fruitful for them. They were able to utilize their composition to its strength by playing a bit more slow, stealing that map properly and in a systematic way, forcing out some of the early util from the VLT side on the other end.
Yeah.
But yeah, after that, that's where we could clearly see the problems began on the defensive up, and VLT had the full map control, and .exe could not do anything to deny any of that space. Most of it was because of Russ having that fault line ready, having those aftershocks ready, and again that relay bolt has been so problematic of Damara. So it was all in all a very well structured attacking side from VLT, but that's not just about it. This entire series was very well constructed by this team.
For sure it was. And lightning fast Madeline, everyone was playing to the perfection from the side of Velocity Gaming. Those layering of utils were there, but even in the last round also, RVK was a little skeptical about using that Viper's Pit. He could have completely blocked off the entry towards the C side, but those 2Ks, 3Ks, they were just working in the favor of the players of Velocity Gaming. Those nightfalls, every single thing was going in their favor, especially in the defensive half. The way they were able to deny the trouble control time and time again to the players of Exe Esports, and Rossi was just prepared towards the C side. And this time Rossi was not only anchoring C side, if you notice, few times he's also there towards the A side as a solo anchor. So those sort of changes with Velocity, which brings in time and time again, keeps .exe always on their toes.
There's also this one more big thing or a statement, right, Shadow, which you mentioned how VLT were denying the control of that trouble. I'd have to say I'm looking at it from a different perspective, and I could see that more than a denial, it seemed like
Player standing.
.exe were not really taking that trouble. Just because, again, there's an early wave of utility which you're supposed to force
Yeah.
out from the other side. And if you're not really pushing rubble, then the other team will slowly and steadily stop using those utils to try and take that space. And considering, or rather understanding that you're not really fighting for that space, so they don't need to fight either. They can just walk off in front and secure all of that for themselves. Phenomenal map for Lightning Fast this time around. 19 kills that he's gotten. 42.9% headshot percentage. It's absolutely ludicrous that he's been allowed to do that.
What's the highest till now in the entire VCSA? 50% if I'm not wrong, right? And that also was from the side of one of the player of Velocity Gaming, right?
Yep. It's
Seems
always
like-
been them.
Seems like Velocity is the one breaking down the records of Velocity Gaming.
Always following up with that. 169 damage per round as well. Pretty solid out here. Let's have a look at the team stats as well. This time around, we did see a few first bloods from the side of .exe, so at least that's one part where they have improved. And a lot, to be honest. They had 11 first bloods this time around, Shadow, but still only 6 round conversion. That clearly showcases the ability of VLT to bring themselves back from a disadvantaged state. And I think so this map could have gone a bit more longer. This should have gone a bit more long in at least DXE's favor, because they were doing a decent job out here.
Yeah.
But yeah, when they went on to their defensive side, that's where things started to fall apart. Trinity was performing pretty solid this time around, 275 ACS with 4 first bloods, but the rest of the team as well, apart from RBK, they were on that receiving end.
They certainly were. And looking at the player stats, I think Velocity, everyone was coming online, everyone was stepping, even Madeline with 13 and 10, 7 assists, 195 total ACS, but from the side of .exe Makaveli with 6 and 17. His paranoias were perfect, but that is it. He was not really able to get those kills, but someone was able to get the kills, and that is the match MVP, Damara, with 36 kills, 296 ACS, and 9 first kills. Damage per round is 171. Headshot percentage is 23.4%. Perfect numbers being showcased by the Mara.
Leading with example. This entire team relies so much on Damara being the spearhead of the team, and he was delivering. He was absolutely performing out here. But the fun fact is that he got 7 out of these 9 first bloods in the previous map. So Lotus did not really go
Yeah.
in a way where you would really expect him to always get those picks. But here's the fun thing, right? It's absolutely fine. Most of the rounds that they actually played were on the defensive side, so you don't really get a lot of those duels out there if you're the duelist, because it depends on the other team wherever they really want to go. So a very solid gameplay coming in from their side, and I'll have to say this VLT is looking very solid in the Ascension playoffs, or rather the qualifiers. I personally think that this is going to be one of the strongest teams to try and take down. We have always said about this team, but right now on the previous 2 maps at least, it looks like they've got very new game plans. They bring in entirely new things on the table, on the mix, and yeah, I think so they're very, very ready for the Ascension playoffs finals, or rather the Ascension qualifiers finals.
For sure, they are definitely ready. The preparation did itself begin in the split 3, where we saw Velocity Gaming and Revenant XSpark enter into that experimentation phase, where Velocity was trying that force buy in the eco rounds, and also going for the save round when they used to lose those force buy rounds. Yes, Velocity was had started preparing already in the split 3 itself, and now they're looking much more prepared for the grand finals of Ascension Qualifiers. And if they really want, they will move into the Ascension, but they still have got one big challenge, and those are the players of Revenant XSpark.
I mean, or it could be SAQL as well, depending on
Yeah.
which one of the team actually takes the game in the next one, as that has always, apart from split 1, gone for a third mapper. Every single time we have seen both of these teams take on each other, and ladies and gentlemen, I know everyone is ready for that series, but that will be brought to you after the short break. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
What's this?
Let's go! To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
I be hitting minimum when I'm on the air. Yeah, voice so pitiful, wanna be my pet. Oh well, good boy, catch a bone on the stair. Renegade, let's go. I don't want blah, but I can't come. I don't wanna pedal with an old big kid. Boom, boom, up 400, that's roll. Got to see 100 and move. Get lifted, body need to be cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body got banana on me. Oh, scared of my life. Great pet flavor. Take all the vibes. Right side center. Pesky side. I need to spin it. Blind with a face, but relay on this light. We gon' see where they take off. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1.
Renegade, we seem to move our way. Renegade, 能无自我击坠。雨落下，扣紧我外套，一辆车穿梭在轨道。你不想成为我目标 ？Renegade, go on the more.
Renegade, let's go. I don't want blah, but I can't come. I don't wanna pedal with an old big kid. Boom, boom, up 400, that's roll. Got to see 100 and move. Get lifted, body need to be cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body got banana on me. Oh, double nine. Renegade, let's go. I don't want blah, but I can't come. I don't wanna pedal with an old big kid. Boom, boom, up 400, that's roll. Got to see 100 and move. Get lifted, body need to be cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body got banana on me. Oh, double nine.
That's going. One enemy remaining.
I'm out here in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I'll scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall. down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了，我是宣扬天空变化莫测，境况让人深思，可是败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你们上帝也不受崇拜。I'm a great, I go way, popping, paving my way through the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. If you wanna be me, but I stand out. You on flat earth, looking at my cloud. Standing tall to the test. Standing tall to the test. 精神也很顽强，你掌握不了，我是宣扬天空变化莫测，境况让人深思，可是败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，上帝也不受崇拜。Standing tall to the test. Standing tall to the test. 你看我的 set 就知道我的团队在团结。Team is the best， 他们值得 respect， 我们之间有巨大的差别。连我妈妈也叫我永远的神。Go go， 我一回家，她说大儿子你很 tough， 一直不带不能被取代，比我更努力的人也不存在。倒是我起来和盐酸奶直接出了那种。I'm great, I go way, pop and paving my way through the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. If you wanna be me, but I stand out. You're on flat earth, looking at my cloud. Standing tall to the test. Standing tall to the test. Standing tall to the test. 我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了，我是宣扬天空变化莫测，境况让人深思，可是败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你的上帝也不受崇拜。我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了，我是宣扬天空变化莫测，境况让人深思，可是败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈，你的上帝也不受崇拜。Standing tall to the test. I'm a true to respect. Standing tall to the test. I'm a true to respect. 精神也很顽强，你掌握不了，我是宣扬天空变化莫测，境况让人深思，可是败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮就无奈。Now we still go, hey, hey. Standing tall to the test. Standing tall to the test. Cause I'm a true to respect. Standing tall to the test.
remaining. Enemy remaining.
My ult's ready. This way.
One enemy remaining.
Visions in my head of this. You don't know the half of it. I got dreams of looking up, eyes I can get, but nothing feels like how it feels. To know these things I don't know yet. The weight of everything, and everything's just straight. Sometimes I'm trapped inside and I don't know what I'm gonna do. But to take on the world is the only thing that we know how to do. I've got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and everywhere we go it leads to an open door. We made our mistakes, the good and bad days, but nothing really breaks if I got you. Look at the sky when you go outside, and all there is nothing to keep me back. I got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and all there is nothing. And everywhere we go, we lead it to an open door. Keep me back,
Enemy remaining.
I would apologize.
One enemy remaining. remaining. Spike down, attacker spawn.
Back up! Back up!
One enemy remaining.
Looming after light, daylight. Dawn comes as a surprise. I am so hurt, I see heaven's light. Through the chaos, you're still on my mind. When the sky falls down, we'll make it out together. When the world ends here, we'll disappear forever.
We're halfway through day number 1, and boy, the energy keeps on rising, ladies and gentlemen, as we're back again with the second best of 3 of the evening. You all are watching the OMEN VALORANT Challengers South Asia 2025 Ascension Qualifiers. The top 4 teams who have been playing throughout this entire season and have gained the maximum circuit points are now fighting it out, duking it out against each other in this double elimination format to try and find out which one team will qualify for Ascensions. Right now, VLT seem to be in prime position as they won 2-0 against .exe, but now we're going to find who will face VLT in that upper bracket finals. Will it be SAQL or will it be Revenant XSpark?
We don't know yet, because last time the main reason Revenant XSpark didn't make it into the split 3 playoffs was SAQL Esports. They got a victory against Revenant XSpark in a 2-1 fashion and also got their revenge against them. So I don't know what's going to happen. This is going to be a very close series between both these teams, because SAQL Esports, they finally found a way to deal with the power of Revenant XSpark, the spark of Revenant XSpark, which they always bring in. And let's see if they can do it again, or if Revenant XSpark, they actually have a counter for SAQL this time.
For a second, I thought you were about to say a power of friendship there, though, because that is what this team has been having. Rafuel, Wenka, Aziz. Holy smokes! Wait a second. Shadow, am I seeing the right thing? We're not seeing Antidote play.
Yeah.
We're seeing Deathmaker play today. They're benching the IGL?
Yes. A bold decision from the side of Revenant XSpark.
Who will lead the team? That is the question. Because last I remember, now Shadow, this brings me back to a long conversation all the way back when I remember Wenka also does a bit of shot calling. And I know this does not make sense, but I'm pretty sure I remember that he has mentioned that again.
Enemy remaining.
Or rather maybe, I mean, we'll just get a check onto that as to who will be the main caller of the team, because till now, it used to be Antidote. He would always be there for the team to lead the team. He would always give out those calls, and that's when his team would find that success. But this time around, now he'll take the back seat. Now this means the firepower of this team will be out of this room.
I think this is the best possible time where Revenant XSpark could have tried for this, because even if things don't go their way, they still have the low bracket chance. So yes, I think, yeah, a big decision, but I think at the right nick of the time, because this is the only best possible time where Revenant XSpark could have tried something different. But looking at the lineup of SAQL Esports, well, you have got Helef, King Kappa. Kappa has always been fantastic in the entire lineup of SAQL Esports. Hawks as an initiator, always stepping up. Techno is there to save the day so many times. But Miz also, as a duelist, has been really strong, especially on the map like Sunset. Miz with those shorty plays, with his charge plays. Every single time this guy gives a perfect value.
Always been on top for the team, one that leads. And that too, again, as we talk about this team spearhead, that definitely goes in the hands of Miz. Techno as well, he's always there on point, waiting. The trigger discipline moments have been pretty solid for the man himself. He has been struggling in terms of that aim a bit, Shadow. I'll have to mention that, and that struggle has been continuing all the way back from Split 1 itself. And he also realized that even in Split 2, he mentioned about the same things, how right now there's a bit of a down phase for him that's been going on. Yeah. He said that by Split 3 he'd be fine. We did see some of the jitters early on, but eventually he was able to pull himself up. But yes, as we talk about the two main pillars who lead this team, Miz in terms of that duelist, always there. King Kappa on the other side in his aim is absolutely phenomenal. Techno, Hawks, Helef. Yes, there have been moments when some of them have been on, sometimes they've been off as well. But today seems to be the day where they have to pull their socks up regardless of what they decide to do. Because if that does not happen, then Revenant XSpark will steal this game.
There is a solid chance of SAQL also stealing a map or two, maybe. That could also be possible. But for sure, it is going to go till the decider map. But looking at the map veto, well, SAQL, they're gone for the Sunset pick, and Revenant XSpark going for that Haven pick, and Ascent is going to be the decider. I like the decision of SAQL going for a Pearl ban, because that has been their very strong map.
It is an interesting one out there, Shadow, because I'll have to say Sunset is a map which did not really look very good for the side of SAQL, and this time they have decided to pick it up. Now that is interesting to me. Normally we have seen SAQL ban out Sunset as well against some of the teams. I've always been a bit more picky whenever it comes down to this map veto. But yeah, just have to wait and see. Haven, Ascent, both of these maps have looked really solid for both Revenant XSpark and for SAQL as well. Ascent has basically been 1-1 for both of these teams. Haven on the other side is not something that we normally see in the series of both of these teams themselves, right? We have seen Revenant XSpark individually on that map, not so much though, only sometimes. Now, last time when we saw that map, it all the way came back when they were playing against VLT themselves.
Yeah.
And they were able to close that one out with a 14-12, but that was a time when they went with the Teho lineup. Not sure what they will pull off today though, but on this map of Sunset, ladies and gentlemen, SAQL bringing the same double initiator composition along with Revenant XSpark. It's more or less like a mirror composition, apart from the fact that Aziz will play on the Raze while Miz will be on the Neon.
Yeah, just only the duelist that's different from both the sides. Otherwise, exact same composition coming in from SAQL Esports and Revenant XSpark. SAQL Esports also, the last they played on the map of Sunset was against the players of Velocity Gaming, and that was an 8-13 affair in the favor of VLT. So yes, they did give a tough competition to the players of Velocity Gaming, but against the players of Revenant XSpark, this is the first time they're going on this particular map. And SAQL was decent in their defensive half. Attack is where they were struggling the most against Velocity Gaming. So it is going to be of prime importance that SAQL Esports, they have rectified the mistakes and they've worked on their attacking half, because they are starting on the attack. So the first half itself is going to decide in whose favor actually the Sunset is going to go.
It's a big thing, because this map is basically direct if the series is going for the third mapper or if this will go for a 2-0. Because we have seen SAQL on this map, we have seen Revenant XSpark as well on this map, but not without Antidote. That's the big thing. Who is giving out the calls? Who is the one who's making those decisions? Aziz is the man who is playing on that Raze. Again, the team is going to set him up as Raw Fuel and Deathmaker stick together as well on those initiator roles. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the second best of 3 of the Ascension Qualifiers in VCSA 2025 right now, as Aziz kicks things off on this map of Sunset, opening the skull up for Helef, and that's almost the IGL of the other side down. But we have known SAQL to be led by Hope. We have known this man to bring out those calls for the team, and the first one is to push all the way out in mid-top. Taking all the space up out there. 3 players, or rather 4 of them together out there this time, as Hoax will be taken down all the way up in A main. It's gonna be pushed all the way up. Georgie's holding down towards mid, while rest of the 2 players now will need to clear in the side, but they do not know about Raw Fuel. He tries to fire in a few shots, but that's the whip, and one of the biggest that we have seen. And this might turn this round around on its head, as Raw Fuel will get right click. King Copper trades off Deathmaker. This one is turning on its head entirely. As in an instant, it turns down to a 1v3.
30 seconds left.
SAQL should be able to close this one out now, but Aziz is the man. We have seen this demon, how nasty he could get though, but the waves are not just from one side, it's also from the other. Miz is low. He's given that 1v1 individual now, and there's a double paste on the other side of the smoke. Aziz, as he peaks, will fall to the ground as King Kappa kicks things off with a 3k, and SAQL will claim the pistol.
For sure, the pistol goes in the favor of the players of SAQL Esports. A perfect round conversion, especially King Kappa stepping up majorly, getting those 3 crucial frags. I love how Kappa is improving every single day. This guy always is there to save the day in the round for the players of SAQL Esports, and already a good head start. That too in the attacking half, where SAQL Esports was struggling against the players of Velocity Gaming. So yes, seems like they have worked on their mistakes, and this time, because of the weaponry advantage, should be an easy one for SAQL as they're going all the way towards B. But it is a stacked up site. All the 5 players of RNTX are towards B. Those classic, those right clicks can be so deadly if connected perfectly. The front leg goes in, on the back of it, Kappa gets one, Deathmaker gets one. Back and forth trades are going in, a 3v3 situation. But Venka and Raw Fuel steps up majorly, makes it a 2v2 scenario. Few utils available both the sides. The shock darts goes in. Hawks with that recon and shock dart trying to do something. Venka down to only 30 HP.
Last player
And
standing.
21 is where Hawks is, but Hellef also gets a timing onto Raw Fuel. A great opening. That leaves only Venka in a 30 HP. He's got a Paranoia, he's got a Dark Cover. If he isolates those fight, it can go in the favor of RNTX.
If that's a big
Weaponry
thing, though.
recovered, but that fault line and aftershock towards the side of
30
Hellef
seconds
can
left.
change things.
But alright, Hawks now finally picks up the Vandal as well. I was about to mention that this man does not really have a lot of HP as Venka peeks in and Hellef welcomes him back. SAQL going on to that stack side shadow. It looked a bit bleak, but they still were able to pull themselves back up all the way thanks to Hellef getting that individual duel. Picking off Venka as well over towards the end. Worked out phenomenally well for them. Even though some of the things were not looking good for their side, but it's absolutely fine. They've basically carried forward both of their main rifles for this round as well, so they can do some damage.
Can being the keyword. Once again going for a B execute. That is where we have Georgie along with Aziz. The tripwires are already there and a perfect reveal, but King Kappa was there to get a trade onto Georgie. A great opening frag once again by Kappa. Hellef going for the plants. The first wave of utils is already there. But for the retake, RNTX still has got a lot of utils available. They've got the entire kit of Deathmaker.
Deploying drone.
Even the Outrun is also there. Venka has got the Paranoia, the Dark Cover. Everything is there. But a good reveal towards Balba. Also with the information to the plus of SAQL Esports that yes, the retake is happening all the way from the side of Balba. Kappa gets one more miss with the judge gets one, and Kappa with a 3k will seal the deal. The bonus has been converted by the plus of SAQL Esports.
Seems like this time SAQL have prepared for RNTX. Fantastic round conversion from their side. And Shadow, this is the decisiveness that SAQL were technically lacking when they were playing against VLT, where they were struggling in terms of being decisive as to where they need to go, what they really need to do. This time, SAQL are looking so very confident in taking these fights, and this Revenant XSpark, right now, without their IGL, or rather with a new IGL, it's looking a bit on the struggling end out here. Since the bonus was converted, now Raw Fuel is going to be falling down as well onto his knees as Aziz will push up all the way with Georgie. Trying to take some of that space away all the way towards mid now. This is bold. But this bold decision making is what they really need to try and maybe steal this eco round away. Maybe get a thrifty. It's going to be executed now. King Kappa falling up on the back of that drone as well through the smoke. No one's going to be pushing out with the aftershock being there. Alright. Aziz is going to be pushing all the way up now. He's jumped all the way through the fire. But Hawks anticipates that? What? How did they even know about it? My goodness!
Oh, the Paranoia to delay things. Lots of utils are there on the back of it. Hawks gets one onto Aziz. So that leaves Georgie all by himself, but he also gets a timing onto Hawks with the Sheriff. Kappa once again there for the trade. It's only 2+ remaining, and Deathmaker gets onto a miss. 2v4 converted to a 2v3 situation, but time is of the essence for the players of RNTX at this point. And Hellef also deals with Venka. That means Deathmaker, the last man standing. It seems like there is no time left. A 4th one coming for the players of SAQL.
And that's what really happens, or should happen, when you get a 3-0 start. You're supposed to convert the next round as well on the back of it. Now they have managed to do that. Picture perfect from the side of SAQL. The question is, How far forward can they go now with this? Full rifle round coming in from both of these sides. Now major ultimates up, almost ready for a SAQL. Miz is just one away from his overdrive as well. King Kappa already has his neural theft up, probably from the past couple of rounds. And this time, RNTX have decided to change the pace. We have seen their classic approach when they need some map space, they need some map control. They just post Aziz up on some of the nasty angles. They push him all the way up so that he can take that space.
There.
And now look at that, Shadow. The owl drone that was normally used on side was used up so early outside B main to make sure that Aziz is not holding any angle up close and personal. Helef has also used up his fault time. So they can't really go for any kind of fast execute. And they will have to move on the other part of the map to try and take some space away. But I like that one trip fire outside the B main, so that if anyone from RNTX decide to take that space again, they will know, they will have an idea that someone is pushing up.
I still can't believe Revenant XSpark lost back-to-back 4 rounds. Again, an
30
important
seconds
round
left.
for the players of RNTX this time. A nice setup of Georgie towards the A, and that is exactly where the players of SAQL Esports are heading. The fault lane goes in towards Georgie, but he completely dodges it. Aftershock behind the gen, but Raw Fuel gets a perfect timing onto Miz. And Georgie onto Techno. Seems like RNTX is back in the form as Venka gets Kappa. Georgie with a 3k will seal the deal. The moment the fans and supporters of RNTX started questioning the decision of Andy not being in the team, RNTX gets their first round converted. And that too in quite a fashion. All thanks to Georgie for that 3k.
And it's not just that also, it's understanding the fact that SAQL were getting too much free space around the map, so they needed to deny some part of it. And they quickly stole away the B main space. Aziz was able to just walk up there, was able to take that part of the map away, and that basically took a lot of util from SAQL out of their hands for this execute.
Yes,
That's why
that goes there.
saw that round being changed up now. These two trip fires are basically to catch a really running Neon out there in the awkward positions, in the awkward angles though. But guess what? Aziz is the man who will do that job as he readies up the showstopper, sends it out as well, and gets Techno. Raw Fuel paired up with the Hunter's Fury too. Was able to shut down Helef. This round is over before it started.
Exactly. It's only Kappa and Hawks remaining from the side of SAQL Esports in a 2v5 situation. Georgie is still having the neural theft. Could come handy in the next round. But the main thing is SAQL Esports, how they're going to get the plan down. Especially the way the players of RNTX are already there towards Bolba. The Uldron goes into the side, but they're aware that half of the space is already clear, but they're not aware about the players of SAQL Esports. Kappa pushes the ball bar, gets one, but gets traded off instantly. Hawks gets 1, 2, 3. What's happening? A 1v1.
And with
I
the flash,
still can't believe.
yeah, with this flash, he knows the information. He has that. He knows where the heck Deathmaker is. It's got the Owl Drone, Shock Dart, Hunter's Fury, every damn thing. Guess what? Catches him as well. Now the second tap goes in. It's got the recon to get that information broken. He knows he's not sitting. Finally sticking it down, and the peak of Hawks will get the round. The IGL stands up for the team and rises above the flames of RNTX to extinguish all of them. And without the use of ultimate, the gun skill absolutely perfect.
That quadra from the side of Hawks, everything was perfectly working for RNTX. That got everything lined up, and it all went down the drain. And all thanks to Hawks. How did that happen? How could RNTX let that happen?
You peek one after the other. That's what happens to you. Can't really
I don't have
underestimate.
words to express what I'm feeling at this point.
I absolutely understand that. On the back of it now. SAQL kind of with the economy on the other side. Venka peeks in onto his death in an instant as the Rolling Thunder is now being sent forward. Raw Fuel is going to spam down a bit as well and taken off right away from the ramp. And look at the diligence, Shadow. There's a tripwire being set out there. Making sure that no one's supposed to push out from that part of the map at least. And if they do, SAQL will have every single piece of information. Now, the answer that Revenant XSpark had for SAQL's early pushes was the fact that they are going to push themselves to one part of the map. But SAQL realized that. They knew that B-main is being pushed by Aziz. They quickly took that space away. And King Kappa in the early round as well, he had a camera placed there, realizing that they need this thing to at least have the mid-round information. As soon as they had that, they quickly pushed all the way towards the A. Once Aziz dealt with that camera, they took the space towards the A side, closely walking up, taking the A main, and then just an execute with a Rolling Thunder. So pretty. They've already got half a dozen rounds on board. If you know, you know.
I'm going to just let that slip away. But yes, 6 rounds being converted by the players of SAQL Esports. A timeout has to be there for the players of RNTX, but I don't know if they can really rectify those mistakes which they did in the previous round, where Hawks was able to get a 4K. 3 ultimates already towards the side of SAQL Esports, Hunter's Fury being one of them. Miz already with the overdrive. RNTX, they have to find a way to deal with SAQL Esports. Only 5 rounds left in the first half, and RNTX, they have to make sure to convert at least 3 out of them. If they get more than 3, it's a best deal, but at least 3 more rounds is what RNTX needs at this point.
How will they get it? This is the big question now. They've used up the first time out, so
This is a nice spot.
Gobs will be talking with the players, but they don't really have the prettiest spy Shadow out there. Still with the half shields up and a few bulldogs out there. Utilities being brought in. They don't have major ultimates. That's the main thing. Miz still has got his overdrive available. Hawks with the Hunter's Fury. Really ended up ready for past 2 rounds out there. The recon goes in. Deathmaker is able to take down the first one. The Hunter's Fury now goes in as well, though. Flushes Deathmaker into position where Techno is able to take him down. Beautiful round coming in from their side as of now. The Raw Fuel feed visible, but it's Venka to shut Techno out. And in an instant, this now turns into a 4v3. And all 3 players over towards the A side. They would have left for the information now. Kind of a fake being sent out there as 3 people pushing all the way down in mid. Now that is interesting. I don't think so. Oh, LF will know any of that though, but he's still being diligent about it. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Hooks now. He's not winning that one. Taken down instantly now. He's got the information that there's someone pushed out mid. LF will clear out that place, but Aziz is fast on his feet. He's able to take all of them down. A crouch coming out there. Venka is going to be taken down. King Kappa doubles it up as well. And Raw Fuel is a bit low in that HP, so he decides not to peek on it and double up with Georgie. This is winnable.
It is. Especially Kappa. He can definitely do that. But Revenant XSpark can't really replicate the same mistake. They have the numbers advantage, they have the HP advantage, and they've got the entire util of Raw Fuel. The spy cam gives the information. Shotgun just in case of a tripwire. Kappa gets 1, Georgie gets the trade. And finally the second round comes in the favor of RNTX. A much needed one. Not a clean round though. Could have been much cleaner. But at this point, getting a round is more important for the players of RNTX. Correct me if I'm wrong, Scared, but I think at this point, every RNTX fan is asking the same question. Is the decision of Antidote stepping down working in the favor of the team? Is it the reason of Antidote not being there that RNTX is actually struggling against SAQL Esports?
I'll just have to say, only time is going to tell now if it's actually the right call or not. With the way how things have gone till now, yeah, it does not seem to be the best right call out here, but let's see.
Only time will tell, like you said. But for now, the question remains the same. RNTX, they have to make sure to get at least 2 more rounds converted.
Fuel. He's going to be pushed back. Can't really take that space away from the other side, so Techno has been posted up in that angle now. There's a lot of question marks out there in mid at least, but look at the amount of space RNTX have taken. They're constantly doing these 3-man pushes from different parts of the map. And Hook should be the first one to be taken down though, but that's the first pick. Miss. Getting taken down, Hooks. He's able to answer back and he's ready for Venka as well. He doubles up. Another big time play from the team. And they also know where Aziz
30
is.
seconds left.
Hooks is ready. He's so ready, and as soon as I say that, the worst timing, the slow turn, every info being given. Spike has been planted now. The Georgie is pushing out all the way up front in his own cage. I don't know if LF will know this. He absolutely does know this. He sees both the players as he'll be finally taken down. King Kappa out there, up in open. It's all down to Techno as he's got to take a play, and he just TPs up in front. And look at Georgie shouting it out, all the way happy out there. 32 HP up on board for this man. As RNTX are now halfway there.
Yeah. Georgie Aziz once again stepping up majorly, especially Georgie. And saving the 3rd round for the players of RNTX. A much needed one. And this time they've got the Rolling Thunder also online. Even the Showstopper is also just 2 points away. But towards the side of SAQL Esports, I don't see any major ultimate except for the Neural Theft in the hands of King Kappa. Aziz also getting a perfect timing. Those shock dart lineup with the back of it. Georgie getting to the perfect timing onto Helef and Kappa and getting that side control. Everything just worked in the favor of RNTX. There was a bit of the fumble at the start, but seems like finally RNTX after the timeout has finally been able to find the feet in the map of Sunset. Once again, SAQL Esports going for that meme in control, but few of the players are towards the mid, and mid has been left completely open. It's only Raw Fuel towards the mid top. Venka still having that market control, and a very slow approach this time from the side of SAQL Esports for all the good reasons, because the last 2 rounds didn't go entirely in their favor. Outrun to get some information. Techno still maintaining that mid control.
Pulls it down for a few more seconds. There's a couple of players in front of him, rather 3 in total now, and Aziz, he was visible there, but King Kappa doubles it up as well, sends out the Neural Theft at the last second while Raw Fuel was taking him down, only to be picked off by Miz on the other side. That's Deathmaker and Raw Fuel both out of the mix. And it's all down to Georgie. Jump peeks in, does not realize where Miz is. And how the heck does he still have a relay bolt in now? Hooks is ready to welcome the man in his open arms. There's no damn place for Georgie to run and hide.
It's Georgie, man. He has done in the past. He has done a 1v3, but seems like this time it seems highly unlikely. A 7th one for the players of SAQL Esports. The slow approach this time did work in their favor. They were able to annihilate the entire team of RNTX towards the market. That entire plan of RNTX didn't really work in their favor. This time SAQL was prepared that RNTX is going to maintain that market control. They're going to keep an eye on onto the mid, and that is where SAQL shined the most. One weaponry carried forward by the players of RNTX, but they need more rounds scared. Especially the next 2 rounds. Out of 2, at least bare minimum. One more they need in their favor. And they've got the Showstopper and the Rolling Thunder. Two major ultimates to have at least one more round in their favor.
But the thing is that they have been shut down constantly, and I have to say, one of the big key for this team has been King Kappa. 16 and 6. This guy has been absolutely nightmaric for the other side. Paranoia being sent out every single damn piece of utility, apart from the kitchen sink out there. And King Kappa still survives through all of that, and as soon as they heard all of that, they're quickly ready to take the space over towards the other part of the map as Kappa ready is not just for one but for two. Aziz was there for the trade. He was supposed to take down King Kappa, but guess what? He's gonna be falling down on his knees as well as Techno sends Deathmaker back to his maker. And it's all down to 4v2. Shadow, there goes the showstopper out in drain.
Yeah.
Seems even more difficult for them to just make it do with a Rolling Thunder now. They will not have enough crits for the full buy. They will have to work with the half buy. And if SAQL read the economy correctly, they should buy an outlaw in the next round for neutralized.
Okay, Georgie gets one onto Miz.
Last round.
Kappa
before
gets
the
one
switch.
onto Rocky.
Spend like there is no tomorrow.
8-3.
Because there just might not be.
Are we going to witness 9-3?
I want to see an
When
outlaw
was
buy
it-
from King Kappa, dude. At this
When
point,
was the last time scared? I'm sorry to cut you off, but I really need to ask you. When was the last time you saw RNTX struggle this much on any map?
on the map of Ascent against Global
This
Esports
goes
Academy.
here.
That was not too far away, I'll have to say.
Yeah.
We're good.
That basically came out a bit weird turn though, but alright, that fast lane now sends out two big question marks as to where the players could be, so that one way is really not going to hold up. Shock not being sent out to
Tripwire
make sure they
destroyed.
deal with any potential tripwire that could have been out there, but they were not. Falling towards the B side, and again the walk up, Georgie. First one to fall as the Hunter's Fury is now going to be sent out from the other side. King Kappa is the first to basically fall out there, and that's a quick swap on that weaponry. A Rolling Thunder to deliver Miz right in the crosshair of Aziz. The smoke goes out. He's going to be low, but will still survive. Comes back to safety out there, and finally the action is spotted, but not for long. Techno quickly going towards the A side. Understanding it's the most open part of the map. Still does not really go for the plant though. Expects someone to be there. Interesting.
Oh, that look. Two-man look.
30 seconds left.
Anka should have a perfect timing, Shadow. He should be able to take down at least one.
Not just Venka. It's Aziz as well. And if Raw Fuel is also
Spike
placed
planted.
perfectly, can get the third one. Can be an easy move down for the players of SAQL Esports. Venka still unchecked, still unnoticed. Hunter's Fury being invested, and Venka gets the timing onto Ox and Techno as well. This luck finally paid off, and now it's only Helip remaining in one eco situation. A fourth one coming for the players of Revenant XSpark. Not a bad scoreline at all. Still doable, still workable, especially 4 rounds. They were in the defense. And if they get the pistol round of the second half scared,
Switching
there is still a
sides.
possibility of a Revenant XSpark coming to an equalizer.
And I think so. We have seen them do all of that in the past as well, many times. Converting those bonus rounds has never been a thing that has not been their cup of tea. They've always managed to do that. Hunter becoming the hunted this time around in front of Venka. It was all about timing, and Venka caught that perfectly. These mid plays, Shadow, these mid-round mid pushes worked out superbly for the side of RNTX. Now, it's about time that we see SAQL as well pull their socks up. Pistol round, one of the most crucial one out there, and maybe the difference between RNTX getting 2 rounds more closer or SAQL going to that double digits as Miz starts things off not that healthy, down to 13 HP, and has to give up the space on the mid top.
There. Oh, Techno gets one. Deathmaker gets a trade onto Techno. Everything just going in the favor of Revenant XSpark as Georgie maintaining this numbers advantage. Gets a timing onto Helif as well. Miz down to only 13 HP. And now the entire side control is in the hands of the players of RNTX. They've got few good utils to work for the post plant as well. Miz, can he get one? He knows where exactly raw fuel is. Behind the gen. The problem is how this retake is going to go because SHL they don't have any util.
What?
And Georgie, this beauty, a 3K being converted. This guy shines the most so many times. He has stepped up and now raw fuel with the last frag towards Miz. A fifth one, the most crucial round of the second half. The pistol round goes in the favor of RNTX.
Fantastic in that approach. Slow and steady. Pushing all the way up towards the mid top. Exactly what SAQL did in their own pistol round opening. And then look at Georgie. Phenomenal pick. First on hooks and then turns around to take the counterpart on that Cypher out as well. It's basically been a Cypher map for both of these teams. The better Cypher will eventually lead the team to victory. That seems to be the case. It has been King Kappa till now though, but slowly Georgie is also stepping up. We've known him to be a pistol demon, but that's mostly been on Reyna. Seeing him perform on the Cypher as well, it's got a nice breeze to it.
Camera taken out.
Weaponry advantage towards the side of RNTX.
Hold on.
It was just only one single guy, Kappa.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Shadow. He has not been snuffed out of B main. He will give the information to his team that this has been a feint. The team will go towards the A side. That means this 4-player stack can stay there. And this is the best possible scenario for SAQL.
And worst possible for RNTX. Because those classics, in close range, those right clicks can be really deadly for RNTX.
30
Now
seconds
is going
left.
to give that information and find. Oh no! Oh no! The information is not there. The aftershock is there from Helif, and it gets raw fuel.
Want to try and follow up more on the back of this as well as the rest of the teams now going in one after the other. They don't really have a lot of time out there, but it's Maker and Aziz working together in unison. Answer back, everyone. And by losing just one, they will still close out this round. The stack was there. But it seemed like SAQL didn't really have a clear-cut idea as to where they want their players to position. Most of them were behind the Jenny. And it basically turned into a meat grinder as there were more than 1 to 2 angles that every single player had to watch.
And the surprise element was also taken away from the side of RNTX because after the aftershock that came from the side of Helif, Revenant XSpark knew that this is a stacked up side. So the element of surprise which SAQL wanted to pull was completely gone.
Bit of a util now being thrown out towards the B. Faking out for an aggressive play out there, but again moving all the way back. That is always Revenant XSpark's way. Doesn't seem like Antidote is entirely out of the mix, because the calling that has been brought in till now has been similar. Not a major difference out there.
Scanning ahead. Cover going out.
Exchange of utils outside A main. But the entire plan of RNTX is to go all the way towards B. They wanted to pull off rotations from the B so that they can move towards the site and go for the plan. The spy cam is going to give all the information away, and King Kappa, the way this guy is entering down the site, is not going to be easy. The fault line is there. On the back of it, Kappa gets one onto Aziz. The paranoia completely dodged by Miz. And Techno gets one onto Georgie. Kappa gets one on Venka. Back and forth trades going on. A 2v2 situation where Kappa doesn't have much HP to work around with, but still gets a third one onto Deathmaker. That means Rafuel is the last man standing. A 1v2 situation. The recon goes in. Kappa gets taken down. A 1v1 scenario going for the plant. Techno has got the paranoia. He comes from the back and takes down Rafuel as well. A 9th one for the players of SA12.
But Shadow, this was a bonus round for RNTX. And all SAQL managed was to carry one rifle, and look at the bank account. For the Revenant XSpark boys, they can fully buy, fully invest onto this round.
Thank you.
And on the other side, still managed to get in something, apart from just the fact that Miz is going to use the Judge and Helef is going to carry a Guardian. And both of these players have been struggling in terms of their aim right now. It's only been King Kappa and his show by the team. And now that is starting to hurt them back, as RNTX is slowly trying to close in that gap.
Oh. The cam gave all the information and Techno was just ready for Venka. It's a perfect timing onto Venka. The numbers advantage is still there with the players of SA12 Esports and a neural theft. Every possible info is now in the hands of SA12 Esports. And look at the position where Miz is. If the pivot comes in, Miz is just prepared for the players of RNTX. Georgie, you need to be careful, man.
He's got to be a bit more careful, but he absolutely knows, you know, he's made that cross already. If anything, he is waiting for Miss to push up far forward for this lurk, potentially. Info should be there. This is going to be a B split out there. Oh my goodness, the timing. Could it have been worse, Miss? What are you doing?
30 seconds left.
Shoving his face up out there at that box. Not the best thing to do.
Spike
And the neural theft gives out every single piece of information. The paranoia being sent out there. In the open, that smoke a bit deep, a bit shallow, I'll have to say. Aziz up close, personal. How are you going to push that man off of that angle though, as Rafuel also answers back. Helef on the other side. King Kappa quick on that trade. Techno moves in. Aziz's position noted as the Hunter's Fury comes into the place as well. The rifle being shown. Visible Hoax answers back. Shock dart, both Sova versus Sova. And that recon should eventually give out some information, and the big one has that. 17 HP for King Kappa. He's got to stick it down to defuse the spike, and he's got no time. Beautifully played out by RNTX.
If you're not being shot at, you're doing something.
Still
They
breathing,
break.
still fighting.
They break the backbone of SAQL now.
They most certainly did. 9-7. And if you notice in the second half, RNTX is looking much confident in the attacking half because only one round has been given to the players of SAQL in the defense. And now they don't have enough courage to go for a buy. It's just a single Bucky and a Sheriff towards Kappa. And that is it. Should be easy 8th one for the players of RNTX now.
My camera is this.
Gotta go. Grenade.
Cover going out.
Thirty seconds left. Spike down A.
My, oh my. What a round out here. RNTX absolutely demolishing SAQL. And this now forces a timeout, Shadow, of SAQL side, because this is the most pivotal round for their side for this map entirely.
Yeah. But seems like the defensive half is not really working in the favor of the players of SAQL Esports. They do have a major ultimate for the next round, and that is going to be the overdrive. But on the other side, RNTX is also having the rolling thunder. They need to find a way to counter that rolling thunder and get the perfect value out of that overdrive in the hands of Miz. But here's the thing, Scared. Miz is not really feeling himself. He's not really coming online. So let's hope he gets something with that overdrive so that SAQL can really go for the 10th one. On the other side, RNTX is looking pretty confident in their attacking side. Especially the way Georgie is stepping up. This guy has saved so many rounds for the players of RNTX. Be it the pistol round or the eco rounds, every single time Georgie makes sure that he gets some good value out of it. 16 in 8 is where he is, but Kappa is actually top fragging the entire server. 25 frags. Aziz Showstopper just 1 point away. This time RNTX just waiting outside. But look at the aggressive angle which the players of SAQL are already holding, especially Tekno. The paranoia goes in on the back of it, trying to get something. The aggressive approach of Miz is there, but didn't really work out. RNTX, they just wanted to bait that overdrive out.
Has really happened out there though, so Miz is still gonna hold on to it. But now the mid rounding comes into play. SAQL are actually anticipating RNTX to be pushing up all the way towards the mid top. That's why you can see that one tripwire though, but gotta deal with that as LF gives hell to RNTX, shut down all 3 players. The first one was Collard. I'm pretty sure even he did not know where the second guy died from, but the third one absolutely ready. Looks picture perfect on that, and now it's all down to just 2. Deathmaker and Venka. You don't want to underestimate these 2 players, but right now maybe this is a bit too much of the asking from them. Nice adaptation by SAQL Shadow. Right after the timeout, they convert around.
Yeah.
10 seconds left.
That mid push out of RNTX didn't really work in their favor, and this time Venka gets one onto Tekno. That's the best thing that they can do some eco damage to the side of SAQL, as Deathmaker also gets LF. And that is it. 2 weaponries dropped, 2 weaponries saved from the side of RNTX. But a 10th round for the players of SAQL Esports. The lead is still there. And now, 2 major ultimates are there towards the side of RNTX. But all the players are onto the half shield. It's a half buy. But for the players of SAQL Esports, they've got the overdrive, they've got the rolling thunder, full shields, everything is just there. And seems like Miz is going with the overdrive and the judge. We have seen Miz, what he can do with the judge, but this time going for the overdrive. The force is there, the blast spec entry is there, the overdrive gets nothing.
It's just a damage exchange out there for both Aziz and Miz, but the fact is, Miz survived through that Shadow. Now you do not have the showstopper for the site entry. And I think so that is a very big trade-off, and that is favoring SAQL as well.
Careful.
So all they need to do is hold on their positions. The Soul drones sent out early as well to clear out a bit of information. We're taking some of the space away as well over towards the A. I think that they're trying to pull the rotations off from the other side now. They've only seen hooks, or rather raw fuel out there. And just because that owl also got a lot of information, everyone is going to be moving all the way towards the site now. That would towards the B side. Yeah, full-fledged util being sent out. Rolling Thunder out there. Judge at the hands has missed. Gets both of the players who are actually making some of the plays. Venka able to answer Techno. That was a bit of an ambitious play from him. Keeping all the way out up there. Venka has got the ultimate. They're going to run all the way towards the A site. And that is where you have King Kappa. That is where this man is ready.
10 seconds left.
My goodness, I almost... Hold... What? Hello? That... I'm pretty sure every single player right now would be doing the same thing that I just did out there. And be absolutely silent as to what really happened. Yeah, that definitely deserves a timeout, Shadow. That
Yeah,
deserves
much needed,
a
much
timeout from
needed.
Gobs. It's not even much needed. It's like you have to pull a timeout at that point because that was probably one of the biggest mess-ups of RNTX in this entire map.
I really want you to break it Barney style. What's happening wrong with the players of RNTX? I understand this is a map pick for the players of SA12 and SA12 is going to dominate. But the thing is, the way Revenant XSpark is losing onto those rounds is something we haven't seen from their side in the past.
You know, I personally think that the real plan was to fake the footsteps out towards the A side, making SAQL think that maybe RNTX want to end A because Venka has got the ultimate, so they can pick up the spike whenever they want. And then to fake those footsteps towards A and then run back towards B, because eventually the B side should be empty. And that's why we were seeing both the players run towards the B side as well. And Venka was supposed to just use the ultimate and stay on site. I think so he misstabbed X and did not realize how much time was left on the clock. That's why they lost back. That's a bit of a problem out there though with Venka. He wants to try bring it back for his team. Maybe undo some of the damage that was done out there in the previous one, and it absolutely will be undone. These open things up though. Hunter's Fury, big catch, absolutely fantastic catch by Hawks. He's got two out there and has made it doable for King Kappa on site. He's got a tripwire out there, and the information is given. Seen both the players. They know every damn thing.
Careful.
They have every single util available, and so does Deathmaker. Georgie still re-wraps around on the other side, but King Kappa does that same thing. The shock dart goes in, and Deathmaker falls on the ground with util in hand. It's all down to Georgie. With all individuals up, being given to him, but it's not happening today. King Kappa will close it out. SAQL are one round away from claiming their own map.
King Kappa is actually playing like a king of the sunset. The way this guy is stepping up. From the very first round itself, this guy has been showing the heroics. 27 in 12. This guy is top fragging the entire server right now. Just 1 point away from his neural theft. And like you said, SA12 now on the map point. They just need one more to seal the deal against RNTX. The recon goes in, a Fox, but no information has been passed. But they have an awareness that someone is there. As he's going for a very slow walk up. But I like the crossfire setup which King Kappa is having with Hawks. Hunter's Fury being invested. Sport line on the back of it. Hawks gets one, Kappa gets one. The way this guy anchor the entire elbow, but Georgie and RNTX Venka answers back by getting two from the side of SA12. Neural theft being invested. In the side gets two. Georgie shuts him down. Goes for the neural theft. Still a 1v2 situation for him.
I love the discipline from SAQL. Not giving in the individual peaks now, both the players playing together. But Georgie has got every single thing in his favor right now. The element of surprise, the time, the rotation that he can pull off over towards the B side. While SAQL will be clearing out all the other avenues, Techno and Miz re-wrapping
30
from around the
seconds
elbow.
left.
Now they should have a vague idea of where Georgie is going for. Almost every other place now has been cleared out by them. So yeah, Info should be there. The plant will go down over towards the B side, so they need to clear up all of this distance quickly now. And I like the idea from Georgie. He's ready to play in the market. He wants to play aggressive.
Georgie, he can pull this off. He certainly can. The entire wraparound. The players are not even aware. He gets one onto Miz. Can he get one onto the last player, Techno? Down to 87 HP. The HP advantage is there. Dark cover. And Georgie sticks to Shorty and a 4K for him. 9-1 coming for RNTX. Seems like both the ciphers are saving the day for their teams.
I love what Techno tried to do there, I'll have to say, you know. We have seen Forsaken do something similar on this map of Sunset when they were playing against Sentinel, wherein he did not really smoke the spike, but rather threw out a couple of layers of smoke so that John QT would have to run at least 4 layers of smokes to move forward. And he would not have any idea of where to actually spam out. Techno kind of tried to do a similar thing here. He threw out the first smoke on the spike though, but threw out the second one just a bit ahead so that Georgie would have to cross at least 3 layers of smoke. But instead of sticking down the defuse, he decided to push forward with the shorty, and that's when Georgie got the timing of it. A crucial round for RNTX now. On the back of it, kind of semi-broken the buy. VCT on the other side, and they want to push all the way from the market though. First shot being missed out. King Kappa is going to be taken down though, so no Cypher for you on the B side, no anchor left. But Techno wants to fill those shoes, ready with the Guardian. Takes one down only to be picked off instantly by Raw Fuel.
Spike planted.
Lovely shot from Miz, the ball bang lands perfectly on Deathmaker. Brings it down to a doable position now, but the spike has been planted, so the time is ticking.
It most certainly is. 3v3 situation. Aziz, 28 HP, but still can get Miz. He certainly gets Miz. A slow walking Miz. Completely off guard. But Hawks is still playing inside the side. Outrun being sent. The information has been passed on to RNTX, but time is not there. That's the main problem, Helef. Big tap onto the spike, but there is no time left. SAQL Esports.
Last player standing.
Oh, Venka gets Hawks as well, and a 10th one for the players of RNTX. They got enough time to go for the 10th one. SAQL Esports still on the match point, but RNTX, they are finally giving tough competition to the players of SAQL Esports.
I was expecting a timeout. It's 12-10 now. The economy is a bit broken out there, bruised up. So the question is going to be, do you want to force buy into this one, or maybe just save for this one and buy in the next? I can potentially see this happening. RNTX can take it to OT. There is a possibility. I want to have a look at their ultimates as well, because last I saw they were building onto a couple of crucial ones too. It's been quite a while since we've seen those rolling thunders out there from Deathmaker. Maybe Venka is ready with Zone from the shadows as well. Yep.
Oh,
Aziz is just a couple of points away from a showstopper, so maybe they can use this one round to build up on that one ultimate at least, so that they will have it ready for the next one.
Gotta go.
Should be the 11th one for the players of RNT. At least on paper it is, but Miz this time going a little aggressive with the Bucky in the hand. Just 1 point away from the overdrive. If he gets one pick, there is a solid chance of converting the round with that overdrive. But for now, Techno gets one onto Aziz. The showstopper is not really coming for the players of RNTX.
How the heck did Techno get one from there? Oh my goodness, he probably Shrouded stepped over towards Tiles and then caught Aziz by surprise, and then Shrouded steps back as well over towards the mid top to survive that. That is absolutely insane. Now there's a crossfire up in front of them, and Techno is able to get one though, but Venka is able to quickly trade it off as well, down to a 3v3 with Miz having a Bucky in his hand and a dream to potentially fulfill it.
Still possible. It can go either ways. Georgie, he gets one onto Kappa.
Remaining.
And Hawks as well. Now it's done and dusted. It's only Miz remaining in a 1v3 situation. Now it's going to be a 11th one for the players of RNTX. But weaponry has already been recovered. And if Miz actually
30
pulls off a
seconds left.
1v3, which highly seems unlikely though.
He has an
But he
opening
has-
right now.
Yeah, and he also had that fast lane and relay bolt as well.
Waiting out
Paired up
that
with the
recon.
utility, he can try to do something at least.
Gotta find the first one though, but it's not happening. Venka, internal clock triggering perfectly. 12-11 now, just one round away from OT. RNTX. Can they push through? King Kappa has been kept quiet for the past 3 rounds, Shadow. He was 27, but he's only got 1 kill in the past 3 rounds, and that has been one of the big reasons why SAQL haven't been winning all of these rounds either.
But look at Georgie, he's 22 frags. He has been stepping up in the second half majorly. And he's the reason that Kappa is being humbled. Shock dart lineup to deal with the tripwires. Once again, RNTX going for the AXU. The one way is already there, but they need to be a bit careful from the side of Techno. The Outrun and the Recon gives the position away of Techno. So now the pivot comes in towards the B. Or maybe towards the mid.
Yeah, they're going A, or rather B entirely.
They're actually
focusing
going
down
mid,
on-
if I'm not wrong.
I don't think so.
Okay, you are right this time. They're going B. But the spy cam is going to give the information. The cam is already towards the B main. There it is.
Exactly, and they're gonna try and fast execute over towards the side though. Miz is ready with the operator now. But he's up with the overdrive as well. Tries to do a bit of a chip damage onto 3 different players, but chip damage is not going to be enough. The operator not paying
Spike
the value
planted.
which it was supposed to. Smoke right now on the pace. As soon as it dissipates, Venka is removed from the round. But there's still a crossfire up towards the B backside now.
I'm out of here.
Flash being used up now. The fast train is going to be sent out to try and break through this one choke point. He sent out the first one. Aziz will be taken down. The head was shown up. And a long face out there. Hoax is good for the trade. 2 people still standing strong as the IGL leads out there. And it's the Sova on the other side who's got to hunt, but he will be hunted down. LF and Techno. The duo remains. And the first map has been taken by SAQL.
And that
Indeed,
too
King
in a
Kappa.
fashion.
Flex, King Kappa. You've earned that. You've absolutely earned that. You beauty.
For sure. A 13-11 in the favor of SAQL Esports on the map of Sunset. And the recovery which Revenant XSpark did was also in the second half. First half, they were struggling majorly.
Yeah.
Was not really working in their favor. It was the second half where they started pulling up their socks and started getting few good round converted in their favor. And that too in the back of Georgie, because Georgie was doing so much for the team. But SAQL Esports, that same can be said for the players of SAQL as well, because it was actually a cypher show from both the sides.
It's like both of these ciphers were working tremendously well, you know, standing up to their name as well. And I'll have to say both Georgie and King Kappa were basically the key to direct the momentum of their team. Everyone else were taking those first contacts, but it came down to those side controls as well, where King Kappa was having a good amount of value early on, But when it came onto that attacking side, when we swapped those sides, you know, when RNTX were on their own attacking side, that's when we saw Georgie actually shoot up as well in terms of those trades. There were so many rounds, which you can see, they were constantly probably going out of the hands of RNTX, but it was Georgie to pull things back up for his team.
Most certainly was. Fox with the 3K. So many rounds. And it's safe to say as well, Scared, Cypher is the new duelist, at least when it comes to RNTX and SAQL Esports on the map of Sunset. Because if you notice, Aziz was getting humbled so many times.
Yeah, that's one part of it, but you can't really call a Cypher as the duelist. Come on.
I'm not calling Cypher a duelist, but they played like a duelist. That is what I mean. Don't go on to the literal words. Try to understand the context. You want just a go.
You know what? One thing that I really want to understand is the fact as to what Miz was doing there. I know. I'm pretty sure that he'd probably look back at it and be like, what the heck was going through my head at that time? That was absolutely funny out there. But on the other end of the spectrum, very solid retaliation from RNTX as well. They almost pulled things back up in their own hands too.
Yeah.
And they almost pushed it through for the OT as well. Just one more round and maybe things could have changed. But that one last time out worked out wonderfully for the side of SAQL. Hellranger pulling the brakes at the perfect possible time and then making sure that the team is ready for what's to come after that one. Let's have a look at the MVP of this entire series as well, or rather the first map. And I'm pretty sure King Kappa is going to be there. 5 first kills, 316 ACS, 42.9 headshot percentage. What in the lightning fast headshot percentage is that?
Now that's a Kappa headshot percentage. Not just lightning fast. Give the man the due credit. He deserves it. He was top fragging the entire server. The way this guy was playing, be it the pistol round. Earlier, it was usually the pistols and the sheriffs where King Kappa used to shine the most. So is Georgie. Every single time, Georgie used to step up majorly in those pistol rounds, getting those 3 Ks. But now seems like King Kappa and Georgie, they do get the first frag also. Especially King Kappa, so many rounds were there which were converted in the favor of SAQL Esports only because of this guy. The way this guy was getting those multiple frags, 16 first kills is where SAQL is, and 8 almost double first kills of SAQL Esports.
Absolutely. Picture perfect play from their side. Because I still remember last time when these two teams were playing, you know, SAQL was struggling in terms of those first kill departments, and that's where Revenant XSpark would have that advantage, would have that lead. And this time around though, working in that department too, setting things up perfectly for the team, and King Kappa just being an absolute maniac out there, all were able to do wonderfully well as compared to what we eventually saw in that previous series too. But SAQL, again, having such a solid play on this map of Sunset. Many of the rounds, some of the rounds were close as well though, but here's the thing, Shadow. Apart from King Kappa, everyone else was really on that struggling end, so that's not really telling the best of the best stories out there.
I like the way how you sung the entire sentence.
Thank you.
Helef on 11 and 16, yes, he was struggling. Techno 13 and 17, but that's the same story. When only two guys from each team are top fragging, there isn't much left for the remaining players to do. 28 is where King Kappa is, 22 is where Georgie is, so I think the frags are equally distributed for the remaining 4 teammates, so it's nothing to complain about. The initiative utilities from both the sides were there, at least in the second half were there for the players of RNTX. So I don't have much complaints from the remaining players. I think everyone played their part equally well.
I kind of agree as well. They were doing their job in terms of the utility, you know. In terms of the gunplays is where I can eventually see RNTX still having the advantage. It's almost like what happened in one of the previous series to VLT and .exe. Now it's a very different scoreline. Yes, I agree, but hear me out here. .exe was struggling in terms of their gunplay, And then, of course, when it came down to what they really wanted to do in that specific map, they were having some of the struggles there too. SAQL knew what they were supposed to do, and they were executing that perfectly. But when it came down to those impulsive fights wherein you don't really expect the players to be, but as soon as they spawn up in front of you, you just have to snap. That's the point where I feel RNTX have got a slight advantage, and that's why, you know, there are many times when they can bring in these surprise factors and eventually end up stealing away the entire map. But ladies and gentlemen, we've got Haven upcoming for the next one. Will RNTX push through, or will it be a 2-0? We'll see that after this short break.
Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. Taking no loss, no loss, no loss. Look, I'ma always win. And I'ma do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again. I'ma always win.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
this.
Let's go!
Welcome everyone right after a very short break to Oman Valorant Challenges Ascension Qualifiers. The decider is going to happen today because RNTX against SAQL. The battle of the Goliaths is tilting towards side of SAQL where they lead the charge on their own map pick 1-0. But Shadow, do you think RNTX have a chance to make a comeback, or this is another series where we'll see another 2-0 the opponents?
I don't think it's going to be a 2-0 Spartans, to be very honest, because the map pick was for the players of Ascension Esports themselves, and it's not like RNTX was fizzling out much. Yes, in the first half they certainly were, but they pulled off their socks in the second half, and they did give a very tough fight to the players of Ascension Esports. I'm very sure on their own map pick, which is a map of Haven, RNTX are definitely going to take that victory, and we are going to see a decider Ascent today.
To be very honest, I really want to see the map of Ascent, since that's a battleground that have been set between these teams for a very long time. Since Split 1, these teams are competing on that map and they just want to play it through and through. And on the big day of Ascension Qualifiers, I really want to see that map happen again. But hey, before we go to Ascent, we have to get through the map of Haven. Will these streets pay justice to RNTX, where they have a supreme attacking win rate, or where SAQL have never secured a victory? Can they change their fate today?
Let's see if they certainly can change or not, because like you said, Revenant XSpark, they have played twice. Once they lost, once they had a win, and the attack looks much stronger as compared to their defense on this particular map. But for the players of SAQL Esports, they have played 5 times and not even a single victory. So the odds are definitely in the favor of RNTX, but SAQL Esports is known for their adjustments, known for their learning curve, because as compared to Split 1 and Split 2, they are looking very strong in Split 3. And the way they played on the previous map of Sunset, they have definitely improved and improvised. They have started reading onto the opponents, and if that is going to happen in the map of Haven as well, I'm sure we are up for a very close scoreline.
You're talking about improvement and learning, and I think that's a big learning for RNTX on the basis that they don't have their IGL today, and they will not have him in the future as well as the IGL, because without Antidote, this team looks a lot lackluster than it should be. Just one player getting off the team from the playing 5 should not make that big of a difference, but we have to keep in mind that we are talking about Antidote. The guy retired and now he is with the coaching staff. His replacement, Deathmaker, most likely could be the IGL on the way. He is learning, but the thing is, he is learning on the very big stage. Ascension Qualifiers for a learning platform, it's too much of a task to start things off. And we all know RNTX were the favorites to play the LAN Grand Finale against Velocity at the first place. But with the performance they're delivering today, it looks like RNTX might lose a shot to that big stage.
We'll come back to the conversation, Spartus, but first we have a quiz for our audience, and the question for the quiz is: which team was not the part of OMEN VCSA 2025 Split 1? Was this team Asterix, EXO, Aura, or Global Esports Academy? All you have to do is just scan the QR code to answer the question, and you can earn something by watching VCSA and answering the quiz question as well. But coming back to the conversation, Antidote stepping down at such a crucial point of time. Yes, I do understand that this was the guy who was able to lead RNTX to victory in Split 2, but I'm still going to give some benefit of doubt, although I do agree with you completely that this was not the perfect time for Antidote to step down. But maybe in the first map, it could have been the early game jitters because a new member is coming in, someone else is leading the team, it's not Antidote. There could have been some communication gaps or issues, at least in the first half, but quick adaptations were also there in the second half. So I'm still going to give some benefit of doubt to the players of RNTX that maybe they can still do much better. They're going to adapt to the synergy according to Deathmaker, and maybe they can replicate the same performance which they did with Antidote.
Well, they definitely want to do that. But also we have to keep one more thing in mind, is that Deathmaker's addition brings a lot more firepower to the team. We have to address a big elephant in the room, and that is the firepower RNTX is carrying on today's playing 5. With Attitude, they had 4 Firepower players and 1 Giga Mind. But with Deathmaker's addition, I don't know who is being the head of the team, but the firepower has to be immense. Deathmaker has been a crazy mechanical aimer. He is one of the gifted players. If he is able to deliver on that mechanical part, there could be an X factor which RNTX could bring into play. All that will be tested on the map of Haven, where it is a lot duel based. It is a lot aggressive map, and if things go right, RNTX might find their perfect playing 5 as well on the first day of Ascension Qualifiers.
But it was not actually Deathmaker's firepower which is coming on the map of Sunset. It was basically a complete Georgie show, the lurk supremacy which you were talking about behind the camera. That was there from both the teams, not just Revenant XSpark, but from the side of Exe Esports as well. It was completely King Kappa show, but King Kappa is not only in the map of Sunset has been shining. If you notice, every single time Georgie and King Kappa, I've been saying this time and time again in the entire Split 3 as well, that these two guys are known for their eco gameplays. Every single time, be the eco round or any such crucial moment in the game where you need to clutch, these two guys always steps up, get the first frag also in the favor of the team. So yes, these two guys have been phenomenal addition. I would love to see that aggressive side of Deathmaker which you are talking about on the map of Haven, because if that actually happens, there is a solid chance of Revenant sealing the deal on the map of Haven. Otherwise, SAQL can 2-0 the players of RNTX.
Well, that is very true, but how the match will go, how things will turn out from Deathmaker's side, how will Venka step up, because on the map of Haven things are to be very different. A lot more questions to answer, but we'll answer all of them right after a very short break.
One enemy remaining.
Bienvenidos a Madrid. Eso no. We are here. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. Le di la razón al que me quiso ver bien. Lo soñé en mi habitación y ahora primera me ven. No te hablo del avión. Vine por mi cinturón. Voy a hacer que recuerden mi nombre. No me importa cuándo ni dónde. Yo por esto la sufrí. Y aposté por mí como el doble. Yo no sé lo que es perder. Desde el 2000 y pico y sin fallo. Detrás tengo a mi equipo. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mama, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me.
welcome back everyone. Right after the very short break, I hope the players are ready because this match has to deliver a lot more than everybody could expect. It is RNTX on their map pick of Haven taking on SAQL in the revenge matchup. If they lose today, they will go to the lower bracket where they have to face DXE. But they win this map, they will stand a chance to face each other on the map of Ascent. Let's see how things work out from here.
Let's see how things are going to work out from here, but let's have a look at the agent composition. Exe Esports are sticking to the double initiator comp, which is that Breach, SOA comp and RNTX for the double controller. That Omen Viper, Venka on Neon, Raw Fuel on Killjoy.
Hold up. Aziz is on SOA.
Yeah.
When this happened? Well, were I asleep? Where did we went where Aziz played SOA? Deathmaker Omen, yes, understandable. Venka Neon, yeah, a duelist in nature, duelist by heart. Will work things around. Raw being a flex player, has played Sentinels like Cypher and Killjoy in the past. All good and glory, but Aziz on that SOA. What is RNTX cooking today?
New IGL, new composition, I guess.
Not even the composition at this point. I'm okay with the Viper and Omen, with the Neon, Killjoy, SOA part. This has worked in the past for Global Esports Academy, have tried it. Internationally, this composition is tried and tested with the slow defaults. But the thing is, I've never seen Aziz play an initiator. He had tried KO in the past on the map of Ascent where he swapped roles with Raw Fuel, where Raw Fuel was given the Jet and Aziz took his KO role, and that was just for fun, where Aziz just wanted to have fun with the Jet, or rather the KO at that point. But on a decider game, where if you lose out, you will move to the lower bracket. This experiment speaks volumes of what is going on in the team since Anti-Da's retirement.
Let's see if RNTX is actually going to cook something, or they will get cooked by the players of SA12, because these sort of changes, either they are a hit or a miss. And Revenant XSpark, I don't know if I'm going to repeat the sentence again. Do I really believe that, or do I need to take my statement back? This is the perfect time for the players of RNTX to go for any sort of experimentation, because in the grand finals they definitely can't. Even if they lose today, they still have one more chance in the lower bracket. But at such a crucial stage, they could have gone for the experimentation in the split 3 itself.
Exactly. If this
they
was
could
the
have brought
idea,
in Deathmaker toward split 3.
not sure what is the mindset of the players right now, but I just hope the best for them. Whatever they're trying, I just want to witness some crazy Valorant today. Seeing Venka on that Neon will be a thing of beauty for sure. And Aziz, how is he gonna adapt to that SOA role? We have seen something on the international scene where he plays for PaperX and he's the one who plays Jet and the Yoru and a SOA at the same time. So this is something where Aziz is trying to pull the same thing in South Asian circuit. Let's see how much capable this guy is.
Let's see. But for now, SA12 on the defensive side, where we have Miz along with that left towards the A side. We have seen these sort of plays where Breach goes for the fault line towards the A shot to catch something. The recon goes in. A good reveal though onto the players of RNTX, but Venka gets a timing onto Miz. We were kind of expecting Miz. Already the numbers advantage is there towards the side of RNTX. A good head start. Aziz going all the way towards B. A double stack that side where Hellef gets one. And Rafiel is there to get the trade onto Hellef. He gets one more. Aziz onto Hawks. Only 2 players remaining from the side of SA12.
Oh, the timing.
The retake, they don't have much util, but Kappa is there to save the day. Gets one, but good for only one, as Aziz also shuts down Techno, and the pistol goes in the favor of RNTX. A good start on their own map pick.
Very well done. Aziz with a double in the opening sequences, and the way the game started. A good reveal from the side of Hooks there, but didn't give much information. Mez just losing out his shots, and at the end RNTX just hitting the B side, completely taking control of it, having good duels with the sheriffs and crossfires all across. There could be an unfortunate timing that could have worked the way if Georgia has been eliminated, but didn't work out. Now, if you look at things, RNTX with the proper buy, Venka already on that Vandal, 2 Bulldogs and 2 Pistols. And I love this buy from RNTX. This buy is basically you are making sure that you are winning this round for sure with 2 bodies being dropped down. And by the time you move to the bonus round, you will have sufficient weaponry and creds to get a full buy in the next round as well.
Indeed. Let's see. For now, Seaside was completely left open for the plus of RNTX, and seems like SAQL they want to play on the retake. The smokes are already there. Maker going for the plant. Paranoia is being exchanged, and Kappa gets an opening frag, but good for only 1. And Aziz gets 2. Helef good for only 1. Deathmaker once again getting 2k converted, and the second round also goes for the players of RNTX, and it was obvious they had the weaponry advantage, but this is going to be a really important one since only 2 weaponries are being carried forward. RNTX onto the bonus round, but a full buy round for the players of SA2L.
Did they pick up the rifle last round? Because I really don't think so. Maybe because that bonus round had... Yeah, they didn't. An extra rifle has been bought by the crowd. Yeah. So they basically just got super excited and left Venka's Vandal on that spot. But hey, on the bonus round, Venka with the Bucky, a Neon and the Bucky is a perfect combination to begin things off in a bonus round. By the look of things, they want to eye out towards Garage and see a split. Smoking down Garage, gathering information with the reveal, but Owl Drone will catch at least 2 players, and the Shock Dart should be enough to deal in some damage, but Hoax is falling back, and now Venka with the Sheriff is going to decide, but King Kappa, he has to play the big role. Spots the 2 players, time to swing. Kappa, he finds one and the second at the same time. That Maker is able to get the trade, but Hoax on the backlines finds one more and make it a double for the captain. Another round delivered. LF for the cleanup, and SAQL, they got the first opener.
Their crew got sloppy.
Important one indeed. They had to convert the buy round, because if RNTX had managed to convert the bonus round in their favor, it would have been a 4-0 in the favor of RNTX. So definitely an important round being converted by the players of SA2L, and now half buy from RNTX. Neural Theft already towards the side of King Kappa. A major ultimate is already there to get all the information which SA2L needs. Double stacked up towards A. The dark cover to create few question marks, and seems like the players of RNTX are actually going for that A shot control. The Viper wall is there, but it's also a triple stacked up side, especially with Breach being there. The fault line can get so much value, but Hawks also gets value onto Aziz. The numbers advantage is there towards the side of SA2L once again.
But now, with Aziz being lost in the round, things could have been different, but Venka, he finds Hooks. The initiator having trade downward miss. What a flick! Ripping the head of Venka. Creating advantage, and he's looking for more. He is getting greedy. Drops the cloudburst, tries to escape.
Georgie
Smoke onto the side.
cautious.
But now Raw Fuel is just walking towards same area where they lost players. Oh, Miz has been spotted. Another cloudburst deployed, but now they have a fault line to clear things up if they want to. And
30 seconds left.
He's being pressured from both sides.
Raw Fuel in such a tricky spot at this point. Like you also mentioned, and Helef gets the timing onto Georgie, but Raw Fuel gets missed in the trade. A good trade. Deathmaker, a 2k coming for him. Might be able to save the round for the players of RNTX. As Raw Fuel is going for the plant, it's only King Kappa remaining in a 1v2 situation. This guy is capable of pulling off a 1v2. Isolates it perfectly, gets timing onto Deathmaker, and on Raw Fuel as well. The second one goes for the players of SA2L. King Kappa's heroics are still continuing on the map of Haven. Equalizer has been established now.
That's... Oh, what a round that is from both the players, man. At a certain point, Deathmaker getting that double was looking like this could have been a game-settling round. You win this round for sure. You cannot lose this from Deathmaker's heroics. A 1v2 that remains. But then King Kappa catching Deathmaker completely on the verge of retreating and then being the perfect crosshair placement to take down Rafuel at the same time. 2 in 2. Have a better buy now. And Miz with the Outlaw taking C long. Unfortunately, nobody is coming in this contact.
A slow approach this time from the side of RNTX. All because of what really happened in the previous one. They don't want to take any sort of risk. And that's the reason they're trying to have as much info as much possible. Spike moving all the way towards mid. The tripwire has already been dealt with. Down drawn towards the garage is going to give the information that garage is pretty much clear. And already the dark cover towards the window is going to give the garage control. But that is not what RNTX wants. They're just trying to create few question marks in the minds of SA12. The entire plan is to go all the way towards A. But the players of SA12 also not buying that fake. A stacked up site is what A site is, and that is exactly where RNTX is going for. That A split having that A shot control, but the tripwire outside the A shot and the position where King Kappa is so deadly for the players of RNTX. They have to be very cautious. Nox gets a timing on Georgie and Venka, and even as these goes down, entire plan of RNTX goes all the way down in the drain.
Impeccable kill.
Rafuel is still there getting the lurk down. He gets one. He has called the teammate, but the thing is that Maker has the ultimate, so he's getting it. But now the three-player starts. Can they hold it off? Yes, they can. Yes, they surely can. They have did their homework, and I am so glad to witness this in South Asian circuit. This is for the very first time that an Omen ult has been properly cancelled out. For the reference, if you don't know, the thing is, Spike is a triangular piece. It has 3 exit points, and Omen ult works that similar way. To block a Spike off from the Omen ult, you need 3 players standing on the Spike. Not 2, not 1, they cannot block the Omen picking up the Spike from the shadows. But if 3 players stand on the Spike, the Omen has no chance picking it up. SAQL knows this very well. They have seen the international scene where players have made this counter. Implementing this at the very right time. I'm so glad SAQL is so prepped.
Here. They most certainly are. And that's what we have been saying since Split 3. That SAQL is one of those teams which has improved tremendously. And if Miz keeps landing such outlaw shots, getting a 2K converted, we have to appreciate SAQL Esports. They're demanding it at this point.
Here.
Already not such good weaponries in the hands of RNTX, and losing on to Aziz and Venka. That overdrive was a major win condition for RNTX in this one, but seems like everything has been denied. Techno also getting a 2K. That means Rafi, the last man standing in a 1v5 situation, whiffing a lot of shots, and Techno with the 3K will seal the deal. And the lead has been doubled up by the players of SAQL Esports. And look at the ultimate progression. They have got Neural Theft, they've got Hunter's Fury, and also Rolling Thunder. Even the Blade Storm of Miz is just 1 point away.
This looks like a cave where SAQL is just running away with the defensive half. They have bigger ultimates to convert the round if things go haywire. 1 point away for both Techno and Miz to get their ultimates online if they want to utilize them. And if they win this round without these ultimates, things will be even more easier. But at the same time, I want to see them use an outlaw, seeing the economy their opponents has. Because everybody from side of RNTX is on half shield, and an outlaw will work as a cheap operator, especially on the defense. That operator should be your best buddy. But now everybody is sticking with the rivals, especially Miz, who's walking up close the E lobby. He spots a player, deploys a shot, misses it out. The spam has been dodged, and now he'll just fall back to safety. But now Techno with the crossfire, A lobby looks out of the equation.
Here's the thing, if RNTX do manage to take the site control and get the Spike down, they do have the lockdown to work around with for the post plant. And they also have the overdrive, even the Hunter's Fury just 1 point away. It's all about the timing which RNTX needs to find. And finally the Recon finds the perfect timing. Hawks gets info onto 2 players of RNTX, a good reveal.
My ultimate is ready.
And Techno, my oh my, gets a timing onto Venka. Georgie gets a trade though, but the mid control is there.
Oops. My ult's ready.
Raka was being exchanged
30
with the C
seconds
side,
left.
but the solo anchor is still there. And the numbers are falling for the players of RNTX. Seems like SA2L, they don't really need those ultimates to win the round.
My ult is ready.
The rifles are doing all the job which they need. Easy fifth one coming for them. But seems like a 2v5 has been converted to a 2v3. There is still
But that's not thing. That's a rolling thunder onto the faces. The spike will get even more delayed. There is just time denial, and yes, that is the time denial they even needed. Rolling thunder from side of LF will shut things off. Nobody's allowed access to the side, and RNTX, they are playing super slow. But the thing is, they are not seeing the opponent's positioning at all. There were multiple layers of log towards mid. SA2L getting one better for themselves, and RNTX, they have no clue what's going on in the map.
Back-to-back 5 rounds are being converted, and that too on the defense on the map of Haven. This is not a defense-oriented map. And RNTX struggling in their attacking half. I don't know, man. A 2-0 is what we are going to witness today. Split 3 was full of astonishing plays. Seems like Ascension Qualifiers are going to be more than that, if it actually goes into a 2-0. And chances of that happening are pretty high also, Spardis, I'm sorry. Because look at the amount of ultimates which the players of SA2L are having. They have got good momentum rolling in their favor as well. Venka is also being denied every single thing. Raw Fuel, the guy who used to be on the initiator, now seems to be struggling on the sentinel role. 3 and 6 is where he is. But I'm more surprised with Georgie at 2-5. I haven't seen Georgie struggle in a very long time.
The thing is, they don't have any map control whatsoever. In a map like Haven, you need your angles to win those duels. They're not able to set themselves up in any of the rounds. They're just going in for the individual brilliances, and SA2L is welcoming them in multi-peak, but this time around, oh, a trap play, but Miz, he tried to make a big play with the fault line, but this time around, he was just punished. A good dodge of the fault line by Venka, running around with the high gear. And Miz necessarily didn't need to make it, but yeah, maybe something for the clips, maybe something to catch the entire RNTX off guard. But now an early owl drone from Aziz spots nothing, and this is a crossfire in the A shot, and Saber, this has to be there. He finds one, but nah, that Maker and Raw Fuel, very diligent, very careful with those areas, gets both the players down, and RNTX right off the timeout, they are going in for the third round.
Spike
For
planted.
sure are. The spike goes down. For the retake, SA2L, they don't have much. Yes, they do have the Hunter's Fury, the fault line, but seems like the decision has been made to go for the save, I guess. Maybe Hawks is still trying. He actually is. They've got enough creds in their backpack. So that means there is no need to actually go for the save. Or maybe they're just trying to do some eco damage towards the side of RNTX.
Last player
And yes,
standing.
they are certainly trying to do that. Hawks gets one, but get traded off instantly. The recon is going to do the information of Helef. Even he gets one onto Aziz. They wanted to do some eco damage towards RNTX, and they did manage to do so also. The third one goes for the players of RNTX. A 5-3 in the favor of SA2L. The only silver lining is RNTX did manage to break the momentum of the players of SA2L.
But again, this round was on the back of a play which SA2L tried, and it didn't work out. But SA2L, I just want to see an operator in the hands of Miz and how he will position himself for that. By the look of things, looks like a top Jenny B op. Just watching the cross. Peeks down window, finds nothing as well. Because RNTX, they are not peeking anywhere. They are just holding the ground, but so is Techno. He is standing right next to Georgie, and Techno, he might get cleared up, but he is better with the cross replacement. Finds the frag on Georgie. The Viper is out of the play. And Techno, with the first duel one, has made a lot more pressure on RNTX, because now they have lost the A control. They don't have any B control. They have to hit C. And B side, or the C side, is for the Cypher, and the Cypher's side is never easy to hit. Pair that up with the Hawk's ultimate, and King Kappa is still standing strong in the side. Finds one. The ultimate has been deployed. Will relay enough information to the entirety of the team. A lockdown has been deployed, but hell, being overeager gets severely punished.
He certainly got punished. Miss onto the Blade Storm. Lockdown being invested. And Techno. For a second it looked like it might go in the favor of Techno, but Techmaker shuts him down. Those Nano Swarms take little HP out of Hawks. But time is of the essence for the players of SA12. And the Blade Storm of Miss gets one onto Raw Fuel. Gets traded off instantly. Now Hawks in a 1v2 situation. Seems like an uphill task. Shockdown towards the Guppy. Gets nothing at all. And Deathmaker will shut him down. A fourth one also coming on board for the players of Revenant XSpark. And they still have got 4 ultimates online. They've got the Overdrive. They've got the Viper's Pit. And even the Hunter's Fury is there to go for an equalizer now.
3 on 3. Can they do that? Because if they get one more round, the numbers will be equalized. They won 2 rounds back to back, despite the fact that they were numbers down and they were hitting a cypher side, and where King Kappa also got one and got instant rated, but then Helef making a slow mistake there, making things very difficult for the team. Because if Helef survived, things would have been different. But now King Kappa, he takes down Venka. Overdrive it out of the picture now. And Georgie is trying to scale up on the back of it, but now with a tripwire in his face, there is no worry from side of SA2L.
A major advantage towards the side of SA12. They completely baited out that Overdrive. Like you mentioned, gave no value to it. In fact, got a pick onto Venka himself. The only win condition which now Revenant XSpark is having is a Viper's Pit, but that is also going to come handy in the post plant. But before that, they need to have the control of the site. For now, seems like going for that garage control. And after that, can go for a C execute, as Helef is the only guy towards the spawn. Should be an easy plant, open site for the players of RNTX, but for the retake, SA2L has got a lot of util available. The Viper's Pit is already there. Raw Fuel going for the plant, but let's see how the players of SA2L Esports are going to convert this one in their favor.
Hawks, he has a recon. He has the lineup for it, but nah. Miz in the meanwhile, he finds the frag. Hawks can set his team up and he will find one. There is one more player spotted, but where is the Viper? Is still unknown, but Ashu can be spotted. Oh, Georgie, he's just tucking in. There could be a possibility of finding him out, but Raw Fuel finds one more. Raw Fuel with a trade, and now Georgie, he is the last player standing. His position has been given away. A jumping right classic might work out, but the clock is ticking, and Georgie, he has played it phenomenally well. The last few seconds remain, and King Kappa has to run away for his life. 3 in a row for RNTX. They get the 5th.
Give me a moment.
We most certainly got a 5th one. It looked like this is going to go in the favor of RNTX the moment the pit was used. But SA2L Esports were able to do some damage toward the side of RNTX, but not enough to deny that round to them. And now, only 2 last rounds remaining in the first half. A good recovery by RNTX. 3 back-to-back rounds were being converted from their side. I just need a prediction from your side, Spardas. Do you think is it going to be a 6-6 or a 7-1?
Looks like a 6-6 to me. There is definitely a possibility of SA2L getting one more round in this half, especially when they have called a timeout, and then Hellranger will definitely do wonders. Because Hellranger, being one of those players himself and now a coach who knows the value of a timeout. He has did it in the past, and SA2L's timeout to round conversion has been pretty phenomenal as well. Let's see if Hellranger can still keep up to the hype he has created around himself.
Not enough creds in the hands of SA2L to go for a full buy. A few players are sticking to the Guardian and the Stinger. A technical pause is there. Soon all the technical issues will be resolved. No major ultimate on both the sides. So they have to rely only on their aim and the strategy. But Sparta, since you are the big brain of Valorant, please break it down for me. What's really happening wrong with the players of RNTX?
Well, it is getting difficult for them to adapt to what SAQL is doing. But since their opponent is running a very default composition, and the type of composition which RNTX is running looks like they aren't aware of how to use it to perfection. Especially with Georgie. He does not know the Viper lurk timings, or where the Viper should be, or where the util should be utilized. All that thing for Georgie is not working out. And Deathmaker, just look at him. He's been the most vocal players right now. Looks like he is the one taking in charge.
Well, looks like it. But RNTX, this is really important for them to get a victory onto the map of Haven today. Otherwise, I think a lot of RNTX fans are going to raise questions onto the decision of Deathmaker coming in and Antidote stepping down.
Revealing area.
This time, a very slow approach from the side of RNTX. But look at the players of SAQL Esports, especially Miz. And along with that, King Kappa, how aggressive angle they are holding towards the C. Having that entire cubby control, trying to take down the players of RNTX by surprise. But this time RNTX, they are moving all the way towards A. They're not actually going for a C hit. And that is where the defense is the weakest for the players of SAQL Esports. A good read from the side of RNTX now. All they have to do is just deal with Hawks. For now, no information has been passed on to SAQL, but finally the info is there by using the fast lane, trying to take the site control. Venka shuts down the only site anchor. The smokes are already there. Aziz going for the plant, but hell if what just happened through the smoke with the Sheriff finds the timing onto Venka.
Cover going out.
Well, there has to be one of those frags where needed, but Techno, he's in a perfect spot. Drops a flash. Hell, nah, he cannot deliver the shot. Maybe the Paranoia just missed it out. He was supposedly making a good play, but the frag didn't come. RNTX getting another round, another bunch of rounds in a row. Make it 4. And the scoreline, they lead 6-5.
A 6-4 in the favor of RNTX. Back-to-back 4 rounds. 6-5. Could be a 7-5 as well. Once again, new major ultimate. It's only Helef's Rolling Thunder, which is just 1 point away. If he gets an orb or a kill onto the place of RNTX, that Rolling Thunder can really come handy for the retake. And this time, the entire setup of King Kappa is towards the A side. Along with that, Hawks is also playing towards the A. C is where the defense is a bit weak, as it's only Techno anchoring the C side. But let's see what actually is going to be the plan for the players of RNTX, as for now they're just trying to get information. And the way the pins are coming in, maybe they're eyeing for that mid control.
Maybe. Because right now what they're doing is just running a default, and by the look of things, Georgie is the one who is holding the A-shot angle with an alarm board just in case if required, with an outlaw in his hand, but a double swing coming in and Hawks missing out all his shots, but miss. He does not miss that usual. He runs away with a good frag and making the numbers even better for the team. It is Techno who delivers a good blow outside garage, runs back immediately, and now with the 3v2 in the favor of SAQL. Looks like the 6-1 is on the board, since the site RNTX wants to hit is the site which is being controlled by Techno as Miz.
30 seconds left.
Perfect crossfire is between Techno and Miz. Like you pointed out, it's not going to be easy for the players of RNTX to go for the plant. They do have a sharp dart, take by it, but nothing is going to work in their favor. The quadra for Miz and a 6-1 for the players of SAQL. Seems like your prediction is coming true. A 6-6 first half swap is what we are having at this point.
I really thought so that would happen, since that's the nature of the game, I believe. But hey, there is something even more beautiful than this, and they are the Omen Max 16 laptops, a completely game changer for your gaming experience. with Core i9 processors, 16 GB of NVIDIA GeForce RTX 5080, Omen Tempest Cooling Pro, and a lot more on your way. If you want to check out these laptops, make sure to visit the nearest HP World store or scan the QR code for even more information.
Pistol, pretty important for both these teams. And Aziz, a good recon, good reveal onto the players of SAQL Esports. Now RNTX is aware that the players are trying to scale up from the A shot, and Aziz is just ready, but Techno gets timing onto Georgie. Kappa gets one onto Aziz. First time I'm seeing Georgie struggle in the pistol round. What's really happening with Georgie?
Spike planted.
Try to anchor it on B side, but barrage of utility on his face, and SAQL, they are reading the opponents like a book. They knew what the pistol setup looks like, they knew how to deal with it, and the utility was just for them. And now with the Frenzy, Deathmaker, he's able to get one down, but the Frenzy has done the miracle. 6 HP for Deathmaker, 23 for Venka. Both players just one bullet each to the body, and it will do the job. Deathmaker is still breathing, but for how long is the case? Just running away, and Techno with the 3K. SAQL, they convert the pistol on the dagger side.
We're not getting the message. Leave it to me.
Yeah,
I'll rough them up.
the way they managed to shut down the side tankers towards the A, 50% of the job was already done because it was a 3v5 retake for the players of RNTX. And after winning the pistol round, since they have the weaponry advantage in this one, chances of getting the 8th one on paper are pretty high. It's only Venka who is going for the Sheriff buy, otherwise all the players are sticking to the classic pistols. And the Outlaw in the hands of Fox is more than enough to deal with the entirety of RNTX. A perfect weapon for such rounds, but this time,
Scanning ahead.
since the spike is tilted towards the C, could be a possibility of a C execute, but B is where the players of RNTX are expecting the players of SAQL Esports. But seems like a slow walk up towards C, or trying to at least create few question marks. Playing by the default, as you like to call it. Oh no, B side, it's not just one but 4 players towards B. And that is exactly where the players of SAQL are going. A perfect read of RNTX.
This is not good. They are walking in a trap play, but the trap play might just go out of the way. But Techno, the timing is so bad for him. But Miz is there for the damage control, and the Hogs with the miraculous reveal set his team for success. They just lose one play, Techno, and that's it. No weaponry loss whatsoever. Things could have gone down south real bad, real quick. But that one reveal from Hogs make things very much possible for SATL to make a comeback in that round.
I was thinking a single paranoia from the side of Deathmaker could change the entire course of the round in the favor of RNTX, but since that paranoia didn't come and SA12 was able to shut down one of the player, they were able to get the first kill. Was able to get the first kill, the numbers advantage was there towards the side of SA12 Esports, and after that the reveal you are telling was also there. Everything just fell in the place for the players of SA12 Esports.
Aziz. Hinkapa. Walking down. Deathmaker spots him down. Hinkapa, he tried to be a lurker. Gets dealt with pretty easily. But now, the thing is, there are still 3 anchors towards that A side, and RNTX read is perfect. And Deathmaker, he's making a big call. He wants everybody to stay A side. Everybody who's on long might need some help. Miz diving into the side, loses the duel. Another flash, a little too late to set up Miz, but now Deathmaker, he finds one for himself, and Hoax is just able to get one. A 2v4 that remains. Players are low on HP though, and an Outlaw can definitely work in their way. But Helif, he's playing with time. Heaven is completely exposed. They are very uncertain of where to move. They are planting the spike, but raw fuel. He gets the first shot. A crossfire setup. Deathmaker with the 3K. RNTX gets the 7.
1 round deficit is where RNTX is now. If they get one more round, they can easily get to an equalizer, but the problem is now the players of SA12, they have got enough creds to go for a full buy. No major ultimate on both the sides, is only from the shadows towards the side of Deathmaker. But the most surprising thing for me here is seeing Georgie at 4 in 10. He really needs to step up if they really want to win against the players of SA12 Esports on this particular map. But Deathmaker is stepping up, and you were already saying that Deathmaker brings in a lot of firepower, and seems like that firepower is there on the map of Haven. But a solo man, a solo player can't give you a win. He can give you few rounds, but not an entire map win. So the entire team of Revenant XSpark needs to come online. But for now, SA12 Esports having that mid control. Perfect crossfire in the garage is something SA12 needs to be cautious. The outround gives the information. Georgie swings out at the right tick of time, deals with Kappa and Hawks. The numbers advantage maintained by the players of RNTX.
Good trap play.
Here.
They kind of knew the outrun will be in the way. They set up a double fire. Got it down as well immediately. Rafuel setting the bait for Georgie, and Georgie completely delivering a shot. It was so necessary at that point, but now B-side compromise. Techno, he needs to win that duel. He will, but will he expect a second luck with Venka? Yeah, he tried to get the trade, but okay, Techno, he is in a perfect line of sight. He might be able to get a double. He has the first timing in the world, and he will get one, but nah, that's about done. Techno will not expect the second line inside, but LF is there for the support. Make it a 2v2. The numbers are yet again balanced. The spike will go down, and the operator in the hand of Miz should be enough to secure it. He needs to get just one more shot, and Venka is trying to deliver something else. A huge paranoia coming into the play. Perfectly done from Deathmaker. The read was immense, and Venka not missing his shot at all. Very well orchestrated round, and Deathmaker, he is showing class.
Both the players, a perfect connection of paranoia onto both the players of SA12 Esports, and they were lined right in front of the players of RNTX, and a good round conversion from RNTX. And now the economy of SA12 Esports is not looking that great. They can't go for a full buy. Their weaponry advantage is there towards RNTX, and a major chance for them to get into the lead, to get the 9th round converted, especially Venka on the operator, and just 1 point away from his own overdrive. It's only Stringers and Sheriffs towards SA12. Once again, SA12 going for the C-long control. It's only one player, Deathmaker, towards the C side.
Deploying drone.
But they need to be a bit careful from the side of Venka as well, as he has the garage control. But finally, Venka realized maybe the players are trying to scale up onto the C-long. The operator is positioned perfectly, but Georgie towards the C window gets a timing onto King Kappa. So the C split, which SA12 was trying to execute, seems like is going down the drain.
But now finally, the paranoia will hit, the flash will land. Another shot needs to be corrected. Techno, he will find the pick. Venka, he's trying to run away, and he will, but nah. Georgie gets the timing, but Wiz saves the day maybe. But SA12, they are crumbling in numbers, and Venka, with the ultimate he has in his hand, he will be able to shut everybody down. RNTX, they take the lead yet again, and the C-side hit is completely demolished.
It most certainly is. The moment Georgie was able to shut down King Kappa in the garage, most of the job was pretty much done. RNTX had the perfect read that what sort of play SA12 is trying to make in that particular round, and things just started falling in place. Back-to-back 3 rounds have been converted by RNTX now. And now, for SA12 Esports, they do have enough crest to go for a buy. Bladestorm already there towards the side of Miz. Oh, the operator is there, but this time Techno is going to shut down Venka and establish that A-shot control. 2 side tankers are still there.
With the main man down, things look pretty much in control for SA12 now. They have the numbers up, and attackers with a numbers advantage should always be able to get things better, but Techno makes it even more clear. On the backline, it is Aziz who is whiffing the shot, which is a very rare sight. All Aziz, the thing has always been you can switch the agents, but you can never take his aim from him. But this time around, Aziz not landing his shots on Miz. And now RNTX, they took the lead by 1 round, but SAQL, they are very quick to reply. They will just nullify the scoreline 9-9 since RNTX, they are calling for a save.
Oh yes, they are. Since it's a 2v5 situation, converting this one and going for the defuse is going to be an uphill task. And that's the reason RNTX is going for the save. They've got the Viper's Pit, although, for the next upcoming round. But towards the side of SAQL, they have got 2 major ultimates. They have got the Hunter's Fury and the Blaze Storm to once again bounce back into the lead. A flawless round from the side of SAQL Esports. Good round conversion, and finally they are able to break the momentum of the players of RNTX, which was mainly required from their side.
That is very true. And it all started with the one player falling down on a shot. Venka kinda missed out on where to aim at that point. Like, he was watching some player close, but the players were just right above his head, and just things went left and right. But now, a tech pause awaits for us. Another tech pause for the game, and I hope this time around as well, things will get fixed up very soon. Since both the teams, they look in a pretty hot shot form, and any slowdown will just hamper their performance.
I really want to know your predictions, Paris. Do you think we are going to witness an overtime on the map of Haven, since the way the rounds are going back and forth? We can't say this particular team is dominating on this map. It's going back and forth.
Well, overtime is a bit long shot from here still. The scoreline looks 9-9, but the very next 3 rounds will be very crucial. Will we see a run over from RNTX on the defensive side with a good amount of retakes, or SAQL making their way onto the side, since they know how to crack open things up? All they need to do is just find an individual duel. That is not an operator. Since Venka with the operator, if you can find him or somebody else to take them down for a 1-0 trade, things will work out. But if not, it is majority of the time now momentum. Ultimate progression is also something which has to be considered at this point.
Yeah, those ultimates do come really handy, and pairing of those utils with those ultimates is also of the prime importance. So let's see how both these teams are going to use those major ultimates in their favor, especially the Hunter's Fury towards the side of Hawks, the Blaze Storm towards the side of Miz. And the good thing is, actually, Miz is coming online. He's getting those crucial frags converted. 15 and 12 is where he is. And if he gets value out of the Blade Storm, there is a strong chance of SAQL converting the 10th one on board. But Georgie has got the Viper's Pit as well to block some avenues of the map and deny the entire side control. But for now, looks like the players of SAQL Esports going for that mid control. B side is where they are heading. Shock dart just in case if any sort of setup required is there. Miz gets a timing onto Deathmaker, finally shuts him down. The side control is with the players of SAQL Esports. Go for a plant. Helef is going for the plant, but a good reveal. Raw fuel gets Miz. A good trade.
The operator. It's not there. What techno? He's barely breathing, and now the players are jumping onto his face, and Tekno is still fighting for getting a second window. Georgie's Molly is just there. A 2v3 that remains, and now with the ultimate in the way, Hoax needs to be the hero. Takes a good time trying to run down the clock. Another one. King Kappa spots, takes down one more. King Kappa needs to go big, and he will. The last player is very low on HP, and that is none other than Venka. He has no time for the defusal remaining, and Hoax swings out wide. Gets another frag, and SAQL, they take the lead yet again.
(10-9) SAQL, like you said, once again back in the lead, and they have got 3 ultimates as well. Rolling Thunder being one of them. Blade Storm also in the hands of Miz. Techno also getting good frags, but nothing really came in the favor of RNTX. They also used that Viper's Pit. No major win condition for RNTX in this one. Again going for that A-long control, a double stacked up, in fact a triple stacked up side is what A side is. Venka still hiding in that A shot. Rolling Thunder coming in from the side of SA2L on the back of it. Techno gets Venka, Deathmaker gets a 1 onto miss. Back and forth trades going in, but Kappa gets 2. Neural Theft also being invested. There's only 2 players remaining from the side of RNTX. 11th one coming for the players of SA2L. The spike goes down for the retake. No major util, no numbers advantage, nothing there for the players of RNTX. And seems like the decision, the call has been made to go for the save.
They're just running away with all these rounds, one after the other. But now the thing is, the next round they don't have trades. SA2L will be on the 11th.
Recalling bot
With the
coming
weaker
back.
economy of RNTX, SA2L might be able to get through another round, and that will give them the series point.
Yeah. Just 2 away from the series point.
No fuel.
11th one is already coming in for them. That means only 1 away
Toxins going up.
from the series point. Imagine the amount of pressure which the players of RNTX are feeling at this point. This team thrashed the players of SA2L in split 1 and split 2. In split 3, SA2L did manage to get their revenge against the players of RNTX, but that was a close matchup, a 2-1 scoreline. But today in the Ascension Qualifier, seems like SA2L is now finally having an upper hand onto the players of RNTX.
Oh, Revenant XSpark. Things are just getting down real bad. Scoreline 9-11. Revenant XSpark, they are not able to find their footing. 2 more rounds to close the gap for RNTX. 2 more rounds for SA2L to get through the upper finale and send RNTX yet another time in the lower region. This is something which nobody expected would happen, but it is most likely the case now. And RNTX with this time out, it is their last hope for success. And let's see if they are managed to pull something from here.
That's a big if they can really pull off something. Because all the RNTX fans are just waiting for that. But SA2L fans are going to be on the cloud 9 at this point, seeing their team dominating. Not really dominating, but having an upper hand onto the players of RNTX. Venka still having that aggressive angle towards the A-long. Along with that, Aziz is also there. This time even Rafiul also playing onto the A side. But SA2L, when Techno, you need to be a bit careful. Having that aim in control, but it's not just 1 but 2 players right in front of Techno. It's not going to be easy at all. And that's the reason that Techno is not taking any sort of risk at this point. But finally, Venka gets 1 Techno there for the trade. Back and forth trades, 2v2 from both the sides. Datestorm still there towards the side of Miz.
But now, the thing is, SCTL don't have a controller player. They lost Techno. So they have to play without smokes, while on the side of RNTX, they have both the players alive. The post plant can definitely work out. Miz is grabbing some attention towards the A side. He broke the alarm bot down shot, and now with Hawks and Helef walking towards C, they have to get through without smoke. So Garage has to be a thing of concern, and it was Hawks. A shoulder peek baited Deathmaker, the first one deliver some blow, but nobody expecting Georgie, and Georgie with the perfect city but Hawks. He gets the frag, but Georgie fails. Mates down Hawks on his knees as well. A good snake bite onto the face, and now Miz, he needs to step up big time. A rifle in his hand. A fake tap. 6 seconds now, he has to go for the plant. He has to take it down, and yes, the spam will not work out. Double cloud burst. He has an updraft to make things up. 5 knives remaining, and updraft to clear things out as well, and the updraft will not work out. Raw fuel will make the flying jet shut down, and raw fuel clutching it up for Revenant XSpark. Gets onto the double digits. A necessary round, perfectly delivered.
A 10th one. Keeping the players of RNTX still alive and breathing on this map. A much needed round has been converted by the players of RNTX. In the end, it all came down to that last 1v1. Initially, that A-long battle, back and forth trades were coming in.
Placing alarm bot.
Towards the end, Raw Fuel
Right here.
did win that duel. Now, RNTX, the job isn't done yet. They need to convert one more round. Not just one, but 2 more rounds if they really want to push this map onto the overtime or win against the players of SAQL Esports. They need back-to-back 3 rounds converted. But Deathmaker, look at that. Oh, beauty gets a timing onto a hell left. Missed a trade onto Venka. But Deathmaker ain't stopping as he gets missed as well. And Georgie goes down through the hands of King Kappa, and now the entire garage control is in the hands of King Kappa. But that's the only control which SAQL has at this point. 2 side tankers are still there towards the C side, and a pivot is coming from the players of SAQL all the way towards A.
King Kappa is in a perfect
is
position.
in such a crucial position
Exactly, Shadow.
to go for the flank.
But now, what Kappa is majorly doing is just waiting for the opponents to make a rotate. But what is Techno doing? Techno! Oh, Raw Fuel!
Enemy remaining.
Techno made a blunder, but Raw Fuel was even crazier, missing all the bullets into the heaven. Deathmaker's heroics on the seaside have been shut down into vain. This is
30
just
seconds
not
left.
good at all. Because Deathmaker, he played it to perfection, but now I think he needs to go for an ace clutch to make things better. But now, King Kappa just watching the cam, yeah, and just look at him, waiting it out. But what just happened to the B side? Well, Shadow, I'll just give you a break. You just analyze, and by the time being scared, can you just emphasize on what just happened between Raw Fuel and Techno on that B-Dong?
My bro plays so bonkers that Shadow had to take a break is all I'll say. But that was absolutely mind-boggling to witness that happen live in front of us, man. I'll have to say, you know, Techno is known for making these kinds of plays on the maps like Haven and Lotus, where whenever he's got from the shadows and he's on the attacking side, he'll just decide to, you know, randomly TP all the way towards the back. Now, I know that Boaster is the one who normally goes for these kinds of plays, but he drops a smoke there, and he TPs inside the smoke. So that sometimes when he's got the ult and he throws a smoke, sometimes he just picks it out. Techno has every single time been going and doing the same TP without any smokes. And this one that happened on the B side was absolutely bonkers, man. That one, I should not say that, but that one round has been cost by Raw Fuel out there, or rather Techno with just that sidestep was able to steal that one away, and now he can probably get this one as well, moving his team one more step closer to this 2-0. They just need 4 more people down.
Techno. Opening duel 1. Round on the verge of closing, but RNTX, what a fate they have to go through. Split 3 has been a nightmare for them. They lost to SAQL in the split 3 first, and since then it is just a downfall. They are on the verge of a lower bracket yet again, and it is yet again SAQL who's making things possible. But Deathmaker, he finds the timing, but so is Georgie. They are not out yet since the spike is down in no man's land. And what Maze is doing is just running away with it. That was such a clever move, but Georgie, he has a perfect timing in the world. But now, with the lockdown deployed, the things are not easy. But Helef, can he make a clutch happen? He swings one. Can he get a second? But no! The Spectre is better, but Maze, he wins the frag against Georgie. It's still a 1v1.
And he knows Raw Fuel though, he's made that reposition, and I think so this is absolutely perfect. Miss should not anticipate it. Hold on, he's still checking that. Not deep enough out there. 6 more seconds. He's going for the backside plant. This is absolutely mind-boggling. Still, he peeks in, but Raw Fuel saves the day for his team. This is the second round that he's saved for his team out here now, still refusing to bow down.
Raw Fuel just correcting his mistakes from the past, I believe. He was like, yep, I threw you around, I'll give you one back. Oh, this is something really necessary at this point, and he has finally done that. Good round played, but so did Miz. He took it so close. The fact that he planted for the backside and he knew Raviel would close to the A shot. Whatever the read was, they know the players personally, they know how RNTX makes the call or whatever the thing is. It was sheer perfection.
Leading on to those tendencies, man, absolutely insane. I agree. And it's not just that, right? He created that play all the way from picking the spike up after dropping 2 of those cloud bursts,
yes,
to move through the smokes of Deathmaker. Right from that possible point, then taking Georgie down, realizing that he might be on the lurk while he had to wait out for the lockdown to get over, and then following up by almost getting raw fuel down out there. My goodness, this dude has been impressing both of us, man, and all the way from split 3. We still remember how we were discussing that there was some communication error in SAQL. Right now they still need some more time to get used to each other and understand each other's tendencies, their styles, and how this team has got the potential, and they have grown to become the nemesis of Revenant XSpark now.
Oh, for sure. A rivalry which nobody expected to happen, but now it is there. And it is right onto the faces. Now with the last round being played, could be an overtime for RNTX or could be the series victory for S8UL. For the ultimates, that's a big thing, because Venka with the overdrive can make the impossible happen as well if required. But RNTX will definitely want a well-structured round rather than an individual heroic. Because at this point, they don't want to commit a mistake.
Just notice that the Georgie actually went unchecked as well, and even Aziz is playing in the garage window, so it's a heavy stack towards the garage and C site. But S8UL are focusing down on B. They still have to deal with the Killjoy utilities in front of them. Scanning a handbot and a nano swarm. You mentioned about those big ultimates, right? Oh, hold on. Pushing it out. Inkapa's ready for this one, but it's Georgie, the import from the other side, to strike first and strike big.
That was such a crucial frag. And the fact that even Georgie anticipated someone from B window, or rather B stairs to come down for the angle. That presence of mind, that awareness was huge. Although, can be said for King Kappa that he was just sheer unlucky since Georgie is barely breathing on 5 HP.
Yeah.
A battle of duels has been won by RNTX right now, and now with S8UL planting the spike, they tap it, the Hunter's Fury will come into the play. One tag will get the frag. And now with just 12 seconds remaining on the clock, a flood retake will be on the way, and Venka with the overdrive on, he will turn into the side, but Helif takes him down. The Neon has been out of the play, and now with Miz being revealed, can he get a crossfire setup? He is asking for it. He needs support. He needs some frags, but Aziz will shut him down, and Helif, he has to play the big role of the captain. He finds one, but not more than that, and we are going to overtime.
It is not over yet, says Revenant XSpark. And they deny the win to S8UL.
Switching sides.
What a big play from Aziz out there. First with a Hunter's Fury, getting hooks, and then sending out that shock dart, forcing, if I'm not wrong, Miz from that angle. Was constantly trying to find the timing to go in for the peak. Isolating that as well, and then at the end clearing things up after getting Helif out of the picture. Phenomenal play and a big step up from this guy. You were asking the question, Spardas, early on, that how will Aziz perform on this Sova? Well, guess what? He'll perform just right enough to put his team into OT and to save them.
At a very crucial point that was so much needed. Although he is not having the best of the game, so does Venka. But when they are needed the most, they are stepping up in those rounds, getting those important frags on back of it. But now, thing is, with the overtime, RNTX should have the advantage since they got a double round, but just look at that. A tripwire, nothing to worry about since it is the side for Miz, who is anchoring down some of the top boxes. An owl drone will be needed to clear things up, but that owl drone has already been burned. And now Miz, since he's the solo anchor, he needs to survive, he needs to play, he needs that operator frag.
totally depends on when he decides to use his train wind. Holy smokes, a triple peak! And he still survives through that. And he's able to take Wenka down. That's your entry fragger. Techno with that off angle. Not allowing any chance to Georgie as well. And guess what? You were asking Miss to deliver. This man is not just delivering. It is serving the round to his team on a silver platter. The patience is impeccable as he gets one and picks up the shot into shut Raw Fuel down. He anchors the site all alone.
Switching sides. Match point.
And delivers the round to his team on a silver platter.
Another very well played round, and yet again SAQL, they thrive on the defense. They needed this round so badly. And now, with yet another series point in their favor, they have another chance to close it off. The last time they were on the same scoreline, they had 2 chances and they missed both of them. But this time around, can they make it happen? Can they throw RNTX to the lower bracket yet again?
I'll have to see, Aziz was lucky that the previous one was not really a headshot. Otherwise, he would have been taken down as the collapse.
He was down just to 50 HP though. Like minus 104 is crazy.
Exactly. And coming back onto the conversation which you were bringing, can SAQL close it out? I believe that is why Held Ranger has called for this timeout. Because this is not an RNTX timeout, it is SAQL's timeout. You only have one for that overtime. So they're basically placing all of their bets right now. It's an all-in. Hoping to get a royal flush out there. While Revenant XSpark will be looking to survive one more round. And to be honest, I kind of agree with you on the point where you said that maybe it's Deathmaker who's actually leading the team. I feel the same as well. And to be very honest, previously with Antidote's calling, there were many moments when Deathmaker was on that struggling end, but this time around, look at that. He looks absolutely impeccable. And on Venka's contact, the paranoia is going to come through. It actually comes through, and it's absolutely brilliant. He stands up strong though, misanswers back quickly. He wants to catch it both though. It's Raw Fuel to help them out only for 1 second. Helef with the answer is absolutely impeccable.
Helef, the timing is so brilliant from the IGL. Oh, the guy is phenomenal. He knew what Miz is doing. He knew where Venka is. And he kind of expected the third swing as well from the top. That trade was so necessary because if not, Raw Fuel, the things would have been even out. Still will be a 3v3, but Helef, we were like, yeah, I know. I need to swing. I need to get the frag. And now on the back of it, they cut noise. They play contact A. And with the contact A, they have won the entire side. And not just the side, but the rotations. They will be slowed down.
Standing ahead. 30
Folks,
seconds left.
yeah, it deploys another smoke. And now the spike will get planted very, very soon. But they are just making sure that there is nobody around. No surprise required. Deathmaker, he can hear the spike. But so is Georgie. A pinch from left and right. But the thing is, with this pinch, both are giving isolated 1v1s.
That's the whole point. Oh my goodness, Helef, you could not have had the worst timing. That's Valorant working out the best for you.
But at the same time, you don't need to do that. You are in a spot where you can be locked down, and there are two players side. They just can play it out. And Techno, just look at him. He's playing it out perfectly well. And he needs one more frag. Georgie, he has a spike. Position given away. Shot in his hand. Shotty will work out. SAQL will dethrone the Kings yet another time. They secured the map and the series victory for the second time in a row against RNTX. This time even more clearer to make it to the upper finale.
It could not have been better for this team. From being down 2-1 to winning 2-1 and to now closing the series out in a convincing 2-0 fashion. This team has showcased immense growth. And that growth will help them continue to move on to that upper bracket train now, ready to face another demon offered lineup, and that's going to be Velocity. Now my question is, how will they be able to win that one series out, man? Because they have yet to register a win against them. The maximum that they have been able to get has been one map win. And it was first all the way back in Split 1 on Abyss, and then in the grand finals that we saw of Split 3. But man, oh man, that's a story for a different evening. Tonight we celebrate if you're an SAQL fan, but Revenant XSpark, they are struggling a lot without the IG.
Oh, that is very true. Like, one thing can be said is the players are not performing well. The thing is, Deathmaker's replacement cannot be questioned. He delivered his part. He played Omen. He delivered what was required. But the thing is, this composition must have been registered with Gobs first. He was the one who experimented with the composition. And then he was the one who gave Aziz Sova and Venka a Neon. So with Gobs making these changes since he is the head coach, these changes didn't work out that well. Because Deathmaker, he filled his part, but Venka and Aziz, they were the two players who are the stepping stones for the team. They completely lacked the performance they needed to deliver today.
I 100% agree, specifically with the way how things were really falling into their hands previously when Antidote was IGLing, right? We were seeing both of them frag out of their mind, and it was more like the players were playing on their comfort role. But right now, it just feels like they're trying to experiment on to picking up different agents, and it becomes very difficult for you to handle the amount of pressure when the entire enemy lineup is falling onto your head. You need to deliver proper utility and also perform. And I'll have to say, Spartus, Initiator is one of that role that requires you to be absolutely picture perfect in understanding the Valor timing. This is one of the big reasons why we always talked about Leo from Fnatic being the best player of Valorant out there when he was playing at his peak. Because on the Initiator, he had the perfect stats. So it is one of the most difficult roles to fulfill out. And I think so that was actually putting a lot of pressure on Aziz as well in terms of his individual performance.
I love how you connect the dots, Skid. This is such a good reference since Initiator is something you have to drill. Every role can be filled out within a week of practice, but Initiator requires a lot more timing. But if you talk about timing, just look at this guy. Up from the shadows, that's perfect. He can go left and right, he can get another frag C or maybe just hold, let the player come in. He gets the frag, gets instantly traded out. But then I want to see that V-Dong ultimate. That ultimate was nowhere to be found.
I really want the producers to get another slow motion on that Dong ultimate as well, with how they showed that previous one. Really, we had every single hair strand of Rafiel's Killjoy being shown while Techno was just constantly watching him out there. Yes, it was indeed one of the most fun things out here, but alright, I guess that V-Dong ultimate is... that's sad out there, but all the SAQL fans will be happy after watching how this team has performed. Beautiful is what I'll say.
Oh, perfectly done. And one thing that have to be mentioned, and that is kudos to the hard work Miz has put into the game. This guy was nowhere to be found in Split 1. He was not able to adapt the South Asian region at all, and most of the questions were around Miz, like, is he capable of making things happen from SEA to SA? Is he good enough to be the import with that kind of image he's carrying? Split 2, a bit more dicey, but still working around but not delivering at the best possible moments. But then comes Split 3 and this guy is a menace. From that Split 3's opening matchup till today in the Ascension Qualifiers, he has been a phenomenal duelist and the stats are there to back him up.
I have to say, you know, it's fallen down to the fact how much you trust your teammates, and I believe Miz he took his time, and rather the team itself took its own fun time, and they've developed that trust and synergy to now work together, and they can eventually say, it's alright, if I win, it's absolutely fine, if I don't win the duel, I know my team has got my back. And that has been one of the key factors for Miz to now drop in, dive in onto the side, play a bit more freely, and that one loose hand has actually helped him out so much, because since we're looking at these stats as well, 15 first kills for the side of SAQL against Revenant XSpark, when you know there's Deathmaker on the other side, there's Venka on the other side, there's Aziz on the other side. Barring Aziz, Deathmaker and Venka used to be two big prodigies of South Asia, Spartus. These two players used to be called as the best mechanical players down in India. And performing like that in front of them, I think so that is a big statement.
And that is very true. I'm not sure why Venka was made to play Neon. Maybe he has to be comfortable with it. Like, Venka is someone who has always been playing duelist, and Neon is something maybe he wanted to try and must have been in talks with the coach. But if he was not comfortable, this is not the day to experiment since Venka's Neon was nowhere to be found at the first place, the operator was not working well, Aziz Sova was not there. You swap roles with Sova being fulfilled by Rafuel, he do that on the other maps as well. And give Venka maybe a controller role, maybe Georgie's role, something for the comfortability.
Here's the thing. I think so Venka could have gone onto the Wise as well because we have seen this guy play onto that agent sometimes. So Venka goes on Wise and Sova goes in the hands of Raw Fuel. Eventually Aziz is brought back onto that duelist role. I think so that could have happened, but that is a very different storyline out here. The one that man who was weaving his own story was eventually King Cup, a 45 bomber in a 2-0 series of 2 mapper. Absolutely insane. That's like 22-23 frags in both the maps.
That is averaging against one of the best teams in South Asia. This is how this capable King Kappa has become. He was another player who was being questioned at the split 1 circuit and he was like, yeah, a foreign import from BTR, maybe not working out, maybe not able to give enough comps. But then Hoax Edition come into the split 2. With Hoax Edition, the teams looked a bit more stable, but still without the duelist role. But then the duelist made their way. But not just them, everybody from the side of SAQL were a class apart. Everybody did their part. But how did they make it happen? Let us know right from the interview.
सभी खारगर में वैसे तो दिल्ली है. स्वागत है अमन यादव AK Hoax. Congratulations brother, it was a crazy match. Congratulations for the win.
Thank you. Actually अच्छा मैच था.
टफ कंपटीशन मिला भाई होक्स भाई, है ना? थोड़ा लग रहा था बैक एंड फोर्थ वो बार-बार
इतना भी टफ नहीं था, पर ठीक है.
मतलब वो ठीक है भाई.
व्यूअर्स के लिए आने चाहिए ना.
Getting the juicy question lined up first. Hoax, इससे पहले आपने इतने बड़े बैनर के अंडर नहीं खेला है जहां पर आपको इतने लाखों में लोग जान से ज्यादा प्यार करते हैं, यू नो, एंड आप हमेशा से कंसिस्टेंट रहे अपने परफॉर्मेंस बार पे. आज जब इतने सारे लोगों का दिल धड़कता है आपके नाम से, परफॉर्मेंस से, प्रेशर फील नहीं होता?
ऑनेस्टली नहीं, क्योंकि मैं इंडिविजुअली बोल रहा हूँ कि बहुत लोग सपोर्ट करते हैं. आई थिंक वॉच पार्टीज में इंसेन नंबर्स जाते हैं आज भी. आई एम प्रीटी श्योर बहुत इंसेन नंबर्स गए होंगे, बट सपोर्ट इतना मिलता है ना. मतलब हम जो भी मैच खेलते हैं, चाहे हम हारे चाहे हम जीते, हम स्प्लिट 2 में रेकनिंग से भी जब हारे थे तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं था कि कोई मैसेज कर रहा है गेम खेलना छोड़ दे, ये कर दे वो कर दे. तो आई थिंक फैंस से जो सपोर्ट है उसके वजह से प्रेशर इतना फील नहीं होता. बट ऑनेस्टली मतलब इतना ओवरवेलमिंग है, किसी और ऑर्ग में इतने नंबर्स नहीं आते, कुछ नहीं आता. तो यू नो न्यू है हम सबके लिए, बट इंडिविजुअली आई फील लाइक मेरे को इतना प्रेशर फील नहीं होता. और आई थिंक मेरे को जब प्रेशर फील होता है तो मैं परफॉर्म भी बेटर करता, तो वो प्लस पॉइंट है.
That is fun. और चलो मैं थोड़ा सा आज के सीरीज के बारे में बात कर लेता हूँ. आपने बोला इट वाज एन इजी सीरीज. व्हाट वाज द क्रक्स ऑफ सनसेट? मतलब आपने भी एक ही बार खेला है और अनफॉर्चुनेटली हारे थे. मतलब क्या था सनसेट पिक करने का रीजन?
जितना हमने देखा है RNT का परमा बैन हैज ऑलवेज बीन सनसेट, एंड वो लोग हमारे अगेंस्ट लोटस बैन करते हैं. तो सनसेट ओपन था आज, तो हमने बोला सनसेट खेलते हैं. मतलब दे डोंट प्ले दैट, सो क्यों नहीं खेले, एंड वी प्लेड इट.
डिड यू फील होक्स की सनसेट पे हाथ थोड़ा सा कमजोर था RNTTX का? बिकॉज़ इनिशियल फेज के अंदर तो यू गाइस वर रोलिंग.
आई थिंक मे बी उन्होंने सनसेट पे इतना नहीं खेला होगा, इसलिए मे बी तो वो लोग बैन करते हैं अदर टीम्स के अगेंस्ट. बट आई डोंट फील लाइक वो लोग ऐसा कुछ गंदा खेल रहे थे. कुछ दे वर डूइंग वेल. मतलब मैप में घुमा रहे थे अटैक में, जब वो लोग अटैक पे थे मैप में घुमा रहे थे लेफ्ट राइट ये सब. बट हाँ थोड़ा क्लोज चले गए हम, एक दो क्रूशल सिचुएशंस आ रहे. वो जॉर्जी का 1v2 था, आई थिंक गेम तभी एंड हो जाता, बट शॉर्टी जो भी क्लच हुआ वो. बट इन द एंड ऐसा कुछ मतलब डरने वाली बात नहीं थी कि गेम हार जाएंगे, मैप हार जाएंगे. इट वाज ऑल अंडर कंट्रोल. क्लोज था बट अंडर कंट्रोल.
यू नो आज पूरी सीरीज में होक्स कहाँ का महसूस हुआ आपको कि जहां पर आप काम कर और बेहतर कर सकते हैं? कुछ तो होंगे लूप होल्स जो भावे ने भी पॉइंट आउट करे और आपने भी गेम के दौरान महसूस करे होंगे.
हाँ मतलब आई थिंक मोस्टली थोड़े बहुत क्रूशल राउंड्स थे जो हमें जीतने चाहिए थे. आई थिंक हम सब अपने इंडिविजुअल प्लेस बना रहे थे, तो उसमें बस हमें थोड़ा और कोऑर्डिनेट करके थोड़ा साथ में रहना है, एंड दैट्स इट. मतलब ऐसा कुछ रॉकेट साइंस नहीं है कि हमें ये फिक्स करना है वो फिक्स करना है. वी जस्ट हैव टू कीप ऑन डूइंग बेटर. मतलब हम जो भी गेम्स हारते हैं उसके बाद हम बेटर ही होते हैं. स्प्लिट 2 में रेकनिंग से हारे थे, वी वर 4th और 5th इन स्प्लिट 2, एंड अभी स्प्लिट 3 में वी केम टू 2nd, देन वी लॉस्ट टू VLT, एंड आज देखो परफॉर्मेंस. सो आई डोंट माइंड लाइक लूजिंग, उसके बाद हम बेटर ही होता है.
चलो I have one question. तो जैसे कि भाई आपने बोला कि हारने के बाद you guys get better. अभी
हाँ।
ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में अनफॉर्चुनेटली वेलोसिटी के अगेंस्ट हारे थे, ऑल्दो एक मैप पे बहुत अच्छा आपने उनको बता दिया था कि ठीक है दैट्स बेस्ट। अब फ्यूचर में वेलोसिटी के लिए क्या प्रिपरेशन है, क्योंकि इतना तो पता है वो आइस बॉक्स तो इंस्टा बैन करेंगे आप लोगों के अगेंस्ट।
पता नहीं यार, मतलब अभी मे बी बैन करेंगे मे बी नहीं करेंगे, बट ऐसा कोई स्पेसिफिक टीम के लिए कोई स्पेसिफिक प्रिपरेशन नहीं है। जैसे वीएलटी के लिए है, आरएनटी के लिए थोड़े बहुत गाइडलाइंस है, बट ऐसा कुछ हार्ड काउंटर नहीं बना सकते किसी के लिए भी। वीएलटी थोड़ा अलग स्टाइल खेलती है बाकी टीम से, एंड मतलब हमने भी ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के बाद मैच देखा था, हम क्या बेटर कर सकते हैं, जो कर सकते हैं तो करा है हमने। थोड़ी चीजें इन द प्रोसेस है, अब वो ऑब्वियसली बताऊंगा नहीं, गॉड स्पीड देख रहा है।
ठीक है।
बट
Noted,
थैंक यू
man.
सो मच अमन, थैंक यू सो मच होक्स। बट जाने से पहले आज मेरी वार्तालाप हो रही थी साई के साथ, और उन्होंने एक ढेर सारा प्यार भेजा आपकी तरफ, तो कुछ बोलना
यस
चाहेंगे
यस यस
इंटरव्यू से
यस,
आखिर में?
थैंक यू साय भाई इज आल्सो डूइंग वॉच पार्टी आई थिंक आज के मैच की। थैंक यू, हमारे
बिल्कुल।
नेक्स्ट मैच में भी आना, कीप सपोर्टिंग अस।
थैंक यू सो मच होक्स, आप एंजॉय कर सकते हैं हम अपनी टीम के
करिए।
साथ, जल्दी मुलाकात करेंगे।
यप बाय बाय
सो
बाय बाय।
Lord Saina supremacy has been registered successfully. Yet another time, another devotee for Lord Saina right there. He's doing the watch parties as well. But hey, all love to Saya as well, like one of the OGs onto the scene and a great friend for Hooks as well. And by the support that Brad was talking about, yes, SAQL, a Goliath of a team who made their way in the 2025 Valorant scene, and now they are into the grand finales, just one way short to that. Upper finals, even if they lose, they'll move to the lower final, which makes things even more clearer if you look at the brackets, because there is a big reveal that I really want to make, and that is the upper finals loser will be on to the lower final. That lower final will be played on LAN.
Ah. So now that you're talking about it, I really want to bring out another point, Spardas, because it's .exe versus Revenant XSpark now. We have known how the history has been for .exe against this team, and if the scripting is right, that means Revenant XSpark will move up in the lower finals, and we know what kind of demons they are on the LAN. While we know both of these teams who are in the upper bracket right now, they struggle on LAN a lot.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. Because the thing is, LAN pressure is a different atmosphere. Velocity's track record on LAN has not been good enough. Velocity and SATL, we will see both the teams on the LAN. That is 100% confirmed for sure. Whatever happens tomorrow in the upper finals, both the teams will qualify to the LAN whatsoever.
Yes.
But the thing is, who will join them? Because if RNTX joins them, and keeping in mind that RNTX core is one of those teams who are considered the LAN demons, they have not lost a LAN in a very long time. There is still a possibility for a lower bracket run being successfully converted, Skate.
You all the way remind me of the MLT lineup back in 2024
Yes.
as well, right? And their run, their performance, and then eventually now what we are seeing even in VCSA Split 2, right? We saw, or rather we saw that in Split 2 as well. Some solid games, solid performance out there, but that needs to continue for tomorrow as well, ladies and gentlemen, because for day one, this is it. This was Stardust, and alongside him, me, Scared. You all are watching the Omen VCSA 2025 Ascension Qualifiers. The winner of this double bracket will move to Ascension, and we'll have the lower brackets finals and the grand finals on the LAN. Make sure you don't miss out on that action. We'll catch you guys tomorrow as well. At the same time, don't miss out on that too. Have a good night.
Watch this!
Let's go! To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
qualified by the team. If it comes, I'ma die with it. Casualties, casually to any adversaries. If it's necessary, I'ma go and come and ride with it. Let me welcome you to my legion. If you mess with us, we gon' put you on a t-shirt. Never take a day off, what's a leisure? Squad's always up, this teamwork, stream work. Chalo fir aa jao sare, ek mare fir gole gare. Sare mere bantar bawe, registan mein bhi hum nadiyan baha de. Chalo sale de mat bahane, walatna mat jab hum aa jaye samne. Aur kar tere baare, mere meri team mere piche kya karega tu chabe. I said I got your back, 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 back. I said I got your back, 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 back. I said I got your back. In my team we adapt, we a family from around the world. We are back, you can never take us down, and it's a fact. All we do is improvise and adapt. I said I got your back. And I said I got your back. And I said I got your back. And I said I got your back. हम खड़े फिर यहीं, ऊपर आसमान नीचे जमीन, पूरा है अब हमें यकीन. बढ़ते रहना आगे और चढ़ते रहना ऊपर, साथ मेहनत है और हमारा जमीन. खुशी हो या कमी, जीत की तरफ है बढ़ते जाना, लड़ते जाना, कभी माननी है हार नहीं. We work hard and we play hard, चाहे जितना भी दिखे हम गंभीर, चलो करें मजे. I said I got your back, in my team we adapt. We a family from around the world, we are back. You can never take us down, and it's a fact. All we do is improvise and adapt. I said I got your back. And I said I got your back. And I said I got your back. All we do is improvise and adapt.